Hello, and welcome back to Dark Heresy Roll4It. Today we are diving straight into some interesting combat between the players in a cramped environment. You may notice, however, one of our players has got to the goal we had on Patreon faster than the rest of us. If we want to look down at where are you compared to me? Like, there you go. Look at that dope-ass outfit.
My buttons come undone.
Oh, man.
My toggle, as it were. I'm untoggled. I can't
So how
fight
many of
the
the
forces
parts
of chaos.
to that costume are on the way, Splat?
This is mostly done. I had a big gold chain, but I need another one, and it's gonna go around the shoulder and up and underneath. But it's not. It has like 5 too few links right now, so I would have had to order another one. There was no way to know. I'm too barrel-chested, too manly.
Are you saying
too much pack action going on?
Are you saying you've acquired too much girth?
No. See, Splat
it's
is the
too much
same mass
muscle.
as a normal muscular man. He's just a lot shorter, so all of that mass expands.
Yeah, it's like a
in
dwarf.
different directions.
You smush, and you get like a Mormon thing going on where you start going outwards. It's like when you take a muffin and you push on the top of it.
But he's still muscular, you see. So it's just muscle and barrel-chestedness. Well, actually, no. You sometimes hit a falsetto that a deep-chested man just wouldn't be able to hit. So I'm not sure how that works.
We love to create words on this show, by the way. Barrel-chestedness. I like that one.
That is actually a description of a guy with a really deep chest.
It's not a word.
Barrel and chest are words.
Yeah, but barrel-chestedness probably isn't.
That's not a word.
Okay.
I mean, it's an obvious, like...
I'll allow that. Fair enough.
Scrabble rules.
You
No.
win this time, and too.
So, I believe we're all about to die. This is a pretty bad situation.
Someone's about to die.
Firstly,
But,
before we dive
Announcements
in,
first.
I wanna ask basically everybody in chat, who wore it better, Splat or if I switch to the character art? Because honestly, we haven't shown the character art enough.
Yeah, throw the art up.
Who wore it better, Cassius or Splat?
I mean, Cassius has got like the whole green and gold thing going for him. You know, he's got a really refined tunic. And
I'm just too poor
that
to
is a
dress like
baller
my
belt.
character.
I mean, there's nothing you can say. Splat, are you wearing a baller belt right now? Are you even wearing pants before I ask you to stand up and show your
If
baller
I
belt?
stood up, we'd get banned. If I stand
Okay,
up, we'll
okay,
get banned.
fair enough.
Excellent.
Right where I'm at.
So what have
Fair
we
enough.
learned? Is pants are not required to stream on Twitch. They're
Absolutely.
just not.
That's why it's one of the best jobs ever.
Yeah. To be fair, if Splat stands up, there will be a ball or something there. It just won't be a belt.
Several. Well, 2, but you know.
I was going to say 2 or several, because, you know,
Look, testicular
Plural,
cancer's a
plural.
serious
Let's just-
are
problem.
you
okay?
Krogan? Are you secretly Krogan?
You've got a
Krogans
quality,
have
you
more than 2
shepherd.
balls. I don't know about Krogans. Do they have more than 2 testicles?
They've got
How
4.
many testicles? They've got 4 balls, really?
Yep.
Huh. Are they lined up like...
I honestly
Don't know.
haven't
All I know
asked.
is
Or
no
are they
one has
above,
looked,
like...
okay?
I
up,
honestly
just
haven't
down,
asked.
Throwaway
like-
comment from
Is it a
Garrus at
string
one
of 4 that go upwards like
point.
those
Why
things
are
in
we
the...
having this conversation?
No.
Is it like
no.
Is it a chain like those
No.
things in the rock that he pulls out of the tubes that have the poison inside
Wait,
of it? Like,
if,
how does it
let's
work?
be honest. If it's a line, you've seen the Newton ball experiment where you go and it goes doom, 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 doom.
Yeah.
You wouldn't want that to happen. That would just be painful.
I
think it
figure
sounds like the best way to take out a Krogan is to knee him in the balls.
I figure it wouldn't be
Twice as
single
painful.
file. It'd probably just be top on top. I mean, if it was really well evolved, you'd have 2 pairs and 2 separate locations.
Welcome to Roll4It, everyone. With a show where we start off with every intention to actually play
Krogan
role-playing games, but we
testicles.
end up talking about Krogan
It's a
testicles.
50-50 chance. It will be testicles or like role playing. You never know what you're gonna get.
This is
Anyway.
your fault. I'm not even playing Mass Effect right now. I'm not even playing Mass Effect, so this is somebody's fault who's playing Mass Effect.
Speaking of Krogan testicles, Splat, how about that Patreon?
Yeah, so one of the Patreon goals is that if
Well,
you
that's
donate like a
so
certain amount of
smooth.
months, we will
Like
give you
butter.
another set of balls straight from a Krogan. We will send them to you and mail them to your house. Just Krogan testicles. Don't ask where we get them
You
from.
have to provide the Krogan,
I've
though.
gotta-
Why did I ask Splat?
You
No.
provide us the Krogan, you get its balls.
To be fair,
Guaranteed.
the Krogans really don't like us. Diplomacy with the Krogans has really broken down
All-time
since we
low,
started this
all-time low.
initiative.
You know the double facepalm meme, like Riker and
Yeah.
Picard. Let's try and get a quadruple like facepalm at Splat right now. Right, on 1, 3,
Why is it gotta be
2,
my fault?
1. 2. We got
You only got the
2.
double. What's this?
Double.
50% approval rating. 50% approval rating. I will take us where we need to go. I will take us.
Chat has already coined the term balls for it.
Oh, no.
It's too late.
One of the emotes is just going to be red testicles with like scales on them.
Please no.
God,
Why?
no.
Have scales on them?
I'm pretty sure Twitch won't approve that.
Splat the patron, man.
Oh, sorry. Patreon. So yeah, you can support us on Patreon at different tiers. You get access to our Discord. You get access to all kinds of fun stuff. So you should definitely check that out. It's the primary way by
You've
which
driven me
we
to
show.
it. You've driven me to it.
Oh, I'm so glad you went and got a drink, because usually when someone starts talking about something weird, you go and get a prop that has something to do with it. I was like, no, please, whatever he's bringing back, I don't want to know.
He's ordered some
Oh,
truck nuts in the color
no.
red. He's just gonna hold them up. Yeah. So anyways, you can support us through Patreon. It's the primary way that the show is funded. We used to take tips. Now we don't, because that's a consistent way for us to reward you for being so goddamn awesome. So thank you for supporting us. It's because of Patreon that we have 2 shows a week. It's because of Patreon that I go to wear this fuzzy itchy thing and have super awesome purity seals all day. So
And
I will...
have 16th century Spanish armor on the way.
That's true.
Oh yeah,
I've already
Splat,
got my...
Splat, you're gonna need to airbrush some white onto that fuzzy collar of yours.
I'm thinking about wearing this outside. I think I'm just gonna go outside with this thing, and I'm gonna lower.
Well, you know.
I got the Chrysler 300. I'm gonna lower it a little bit, and then we're just gonna leave the windows down. Just me with my fuzzy shoulders
I've
driving
got
through
10
the
minutes on them
neighborhood.
getting mugged.
Put some Stevie Wonder on the radio, real loud. Put my gaiters on, my black gaiters. Anyways, thank you for supporting us, everybody. Aside from that, I think we have an announcement to make, don't we?
Yeah, so also we've got subscription on Twitch. We've got, if you want to tip, I know some people are but weird about like repeat things on Patreon,
Don't call
etc.
them weird because they
Weird.
want to give us money.
God,
That's
he's-
the best kind
No,
of
no, no.
weird.
I say
That's
that,
my
but it's totally
favorite kind of
understandable. Like,
weird.
I went through a period of not liking to subscribe to things because, like, I wouldn't know when things were coming out. Like, I was too busy doing university. So, but if you're like, if you're not into that jazz, then that's fine. You can like tip one off, and you can also tip Twitch bits and stuff. And then apparently they stick the top name at the top and keep it there for like 10 minutes or something.
We'll be banned from using any adjective relating to our audience. He's banned from using adjectives from now on. He can't
Okay,
be
I
trusted.
think the safer way to do it is just not allow him to speak to our audience ever.
That may be
Coming over, he just
difficult.
stays
That might
Um,
be a bit difficult. I'm gonna be.
The next campaign will be GM'd by Avak, and I'll be playing a mute shaman. But yeah, we do actually have a big announcement
Thank
coming.
Christ.
We do have a big... everyone will love that. We do have a massive
would never
announcement
wanna
coming. We are coming towards the end of this arc with Dark Heresy, and we thought it might be good to change things up a bit, especially since the big arc in Dark Heresy kind of ends a lot of the plot threads that have been going on so far. So, due to popular demand, and because, quite frankly, the cast are kind of keen for it, we will be going back to and playing... Can we get a drum roll? Shadowrun Season 2 will be coming back to Roll4It. I'll be GMing. We'll have everyone over here playing their characters. I believe Avik is planning to bring back Pseudo, so there will be continuity with the old campaign. We've got some new characters being made. We've got some old characters. It's going to be a whole heap of fun. We might...
Techno with it down. He's like Trevor. He never goes forever.
Oh, yeah. For some reason, chat seems to like it. What the fuck's going on? Look at chat just scroll past. Wow.
I know. This feels really good. We will be like
Feels
tweaking
good, man.
some of it.
Feels good.
We'll be tweaking some of it just to make it play a little bit faster. But in general, it'll be the Shadowrun you know and love. And I can't wait to
Pseudo-
start messing with plotlines and
Let's
crazy
just-
people's heads.
Let's just be honest. Pseudo started hanging out with Black Sun, and he actually learned to do his job. That's what happened.
That is true.
Oh, that is
Pseudo cut
harsh.
open-
No,
Pseudo
no,
cut
it's
open Black
completely
Sun's
true.
head and ate his brain fruit, and now he can do the job just as well as Black Sun did.
Yeah,
That's-
who knew that Pseudo was
I still
actually
think-
Sylar all along?
That's the
Hey,
in-universe
that
explanation for
Black
the
Sun.
Technomancer
Pseudo-
That
errata.
explains everything.
Technomancer got fixed in the errata since we played last, and so now Technomancers don't like suck anymore. So it's amazing!
If it
Yay!
hadn't been for that errata, Pseudo probably would have just stayed on the down low.
I'll be honest, since
Now
we're
the errata
happy
is
with
there, it's
like
okay,
homebrewing
there's a
it to make it play more balanced, that would have been like... That would have been something we'd be doing anyway, to be honest, because that's what all fans did for the homebrew. They're like, you know what, this is broken. And you know what the errata did? It did exactly what the homebrew had been doing for 2 years.
And they still haven't nerfed adepts enough. They keep nerfing adepts, and it's still not enough. They're just like,
Yep.
They just keep nerfing, and it's still just like they're still too good. They're still too good. Just keep nerfing more.
They like
more.
Mystic Adepts too much. They're too afraid of like hitting them with a hammer, and honestly, they need to be.
Just
I
stop
think
giving them so many power points for free. Like Jesus.
Yep.
I think it's good that they're nerfing it slowly, though. I hate it
True.
when things that are powerful are just nerfed into the dirt, and it's like, well, no one wants to do that shit anymore.
You know who needs a buff? Hermetic mages. Oh my god. Just the weakest class in the game. Just
Oh.
buff the shit out of hermetic mages. Just
No,
buff
no.
them all day long.
Aspected mages. Aspected mages only
No,
get to do
fuck those
one type
guys.
of thing, and they are terrible.
It's their fault. That's what they get for not clicking the right option in the menus. They knew the difference. What, did they not have the rule book? They're like, you could be a full mage, or you can be a shit mage.
Okay. I forget what game it is, but there's this game out there, and I see this on Reddit every now and then. And when you're selecting to make your character, it has male as a little radio button. Below that, it says female as a little radio button, and below that, it has another radio button that says hardcore. It's like, why would you choose male or female when you can choose hardcore? Obviously, if you click the wrong thing, your whole campaign's fucked. You gotta click hardcore.
What happens if your sex is hardcore? Like, I'm just curious. I click the button just to find out.
Exactly. You gotta do it. You gotta go hardcore.
It's got like a little Steam pop-up where it like changes the
Maybe-
rating of the game. It goes from like T to M.
Maybe that's 4 testicles. 4 testicles is hardcore.
Yeah. Or I guess in Europe, do they have the teen and the mature, or do they have the Peggy thing over there? I can never recall.
Peggy.
Peggy.
Yeah, so they go Peggy 18, with that Australian guy saying it. Peggy 18.
Well, I've lost my battery, so that's around here somewhere. Anyway, we're gonna dive right into Dark Heresy.
Branda, we might be treated to the battery licking ritual. Oh, that'll be fun.
Beautiful.
For the
Well, I
record,
did get a
I-
new headset, and they refunded the old one, and I may have kept one of the batteries from it, so I now have 3 batteries instead of 2, because Steelheiser refused.
Wait. Licking 3 batteries
series.
would make the ritual far more complicated and intricate. It would become like some sort of.
I've got a
crazy
technique. I've got a
dance.
technique sorted. It's fine.
I'm looking forward.
Anyway, we're going to dive in with Roll4It Dark Heresy. Feel free to, bash your friends over the heads on Twitter and stuff and get them to join us because, we always like showing more people the ways of the Hereticus. I think the group is going that way at the moment. But yeah, so up till now, they have been tracking down a tech priest who had gone rogue, who'd been messing with gene stealers, etc. They've heard word that this shuttle that they're now following is about to go and find said tech priest Binus. They are following a shuttle. They just took off from the planet. They were following it through space, went in through an asteroid field to where some mysterious sort of signal or detection something had been picked up there. So they were like, okay, there's probably going to be something there. And Branda was getting tired. He'd been flying around for 36 hours, so every 12 hours, Cassius used one of his magical space powers to heal him of fatigue. And this was going great. Up until the 3rd time, Cassius rolled perils. Cassius used a fate to reroll. Cassius rolled perils. At least Branda isn't fatigued anymore. Cassius rolled for what type of perils it would be. It was not psychic phenomena, it was actual genuine perils. Cassius spent another point of fate to reroll. It was actual perils again. Luckily, Cassius
Sometimes
has a
the
background.
dice just want to put the dice just want to stick
Yeah.
a thumb in you. It's just like, what are you gonna do? You
The
know?
dice won't
It's
work.
like, "Ah, well,
We've gone months without you having psychic perils. It had to happen.
No, we haven't.
Yeah.
It's just he's always managed to fate it out of not being perils or being able to tone it down a lot.
Yeah.
But
Gonna take a lot of mind wiping this time.
So
Nah.
Cassius has an ability because he's got a background that means he can reduce it by 5. That removed it from being a perils to being a psychic phenomena. Unfortunately, that psychic phenomena consists of everyone in the shuttle, which is a fairly cramped, tight space, going frenzied and attacking their nearest person, regardless of ally status. So we're going to switch to the inside of the shuttle, which didn't exist, of course, until you made me make it. I didn't think this was going to be a thing, but I've made a map for it.
yeah, well, consider
Oh,
this your inspiration to do your job. Just
Don't
put
forget
you on
that,
notice.
Wow, so yeah, all the NPCs are attacking Cassius today.
All of a sudden, Enoch wasn't actually sitting near to the I said, well, he was sat right next to Cassius. Who knew?
Wait, I've got the perfect. This is where everyone was sitting, right? Like,
Yeah. Yeah.
Sometimes my mouse outruns the. Sometimes my mouse outruns
so
my.
Cassius, how do you like them apples?
Not a big fan of apples. I'll be honest. Not a big fan of apples.
Don't forget, though, that we all, not all of us, I think most of us also hit 10 corruption, which means we now have malignancies. Those are
Yep.
fun.
We
I
all
also-
simultaneously hit 10 corruption.
Give me
Yep.
a little bit of time. I'm going to be sanguineous version 2. It's gonna
You're a
be
witch
great.
hunter that's growing wings like a mutant right now. That's not a good thing.
I'm an angelic witch hunter. Totally different thing.
Yeah.
I mean, they are
explain that
kind
to
of
the
black and the
Inquisition.
feathers are kind of rotten and falling out.
No. I'm going to bleach them white. It's going to
Yeah, bleach will
Although in the
totally work
book-
on them.
be gold.
If you've got a chirurgeon, you can just have him cut the wings off. Unfortunately, our chirurgeon is this weird little toaster thing that's following us around, so...
That's a little bit of a
Pretty
shame.
much.
Well, actually, I'm fairly certain the Garrett is a chirurgeon, but I'm not going to show him my wings.
You'd be like, hold on, turn around so that I can cut these wings off, and called shot back at the head. Bah!
Yeah. So the current state is that Cassius is kind of sitting down. Garrett, Brander is in front of him, having just been healed. Garrett's in the cockpit. Enoch was sitting on a bench with his hat over his eyes, resting his eyes, not asleep. The Arbites were doing similarly. And this is where I ask you all to roll initiative.
Okay.
And let's hit that music.
Sorry, I'm doing the music. I'm backing it up. You turned it off, but I still got it.
Oh, it is there. It's just building up now.
Are there
Combat
any
music.
bonuses to initiative based on being frenzied? Just to check.
Ooh, that is actually worth checking. I believe there might be. You can roll anyway. We can always add the bonuses post.
Bonuses to initiative from Frenzy.
There might be a bonus to agility. I can't remember,
Oh, to agility.
which will
Yeah.
cause a bonus to initiative.
I think it just gives you bonuses to weapon skill, strength, toughness, and willpower.
You might be right.
How much is the bonus to weapon skill?
Plus 10.
What? Well, 10, so.
Yeah. Yep.
And then minus
you are
20
correct. It's
to
weapon
ballistic
strength,
skill,
toughness.
intelligence, fellowship.
Yeah. So you're all good.
So being frenzied is actually completely fine in combat, except that you have rules on how you engage, and you can never run away. So if your character relies on kiting and doing like tactical stuff, not good. But if your character is just built around rah, kill all the things, probably a good thing to just take the talents to be able to willingly.
If your
become
character is
frenzied.
tactical, don't take it. If your character is like one of this team, you're fine, is what you're saying.
Yes, I am.
Okay, let me roll. What are you?
I rolled
plus
really badly.
3 on agility. That's probably a good thing.
Yeah, to be honest, it probably is. Rolled about as low as I could.
Okay, so is that everyone on the initiative tracker?
Yep.
Looks like it.
Okay, let us sort by descending. And start off with Brander.
Right, so the nearest person to me happens to be Cassius.
Mhm.
And so, in accordance with how you would normally act, I quick draw my light's now flickering horribly. It's been taken by the psychic powers. It's gone crazy.
That is a
Right,
side
I
effect
will-
of psychic phenomena.
I will quick draw. It's the lights in the shuttle. They're going mad.
Yeah.
I will quick
Yeah.
draw my
They're also
chainsaws,
frenzied.
and I will
The
all out
shuttle is
attack.
trying to melee you. Okay, you quick draw. You're going to do an all-out attack.
Yep, on Cassius, and
Okay.
this will
So
be a
as
weapon
he's drawing
skill
his
test.
weapon, as he's drawing his weapon, I'm like, Brander, what do you do? Wait.
So
And I'm
Brandon,
just
why
like
don't you
suddenly
tell us
out of
what-
nowhere, I'm like, ah!
No,
Why
you
don't you-
got to do your proper war cry, because you've gone into a bloodthirsty, murderous rage, and at this moment, the only thing you know about or can perceive or in any way care is killing Cassius. You don't just want to hurt him, you want to violently rip him open and see the gore everywhere. You're just
Every fiber of my
that.
being
Yes.
is like, murder him now.
Yes.
Yep,
Yes.
exactly.
Ask questions later.
Okay, 'cause
why
you're
don't you
gonna
tell
roll
us
a
what-
95.
Why don't you tell us what that all-out attack does, Brander?
So, it will... all-out attack is plus 30 to a weapon skill test. And also because I'm frenzied, I get another plus 10. And because my chainsword has a custom grip, I get another plus 5. So it's a total of...
But
That's 45.
additionally, due to frenzy, you get a plus 10 on your weapon skill as well.
Brandon just
Yeah,
said
he
that.
already said that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Oh,
mentioned that one.
Sid, you sorry. I thought you.
No one
My
listens to
bad.
Brander. It's
30%.
okay.
I mean, the downside of being all-out attack means that you can't parry, but frenzy means you can't parry anyway, so you've got a special talent. So, quite frankly, you're not losing anything. So let's see what you do.
All right. Oh, I just hit.
Wow.
78 out of 80, so that counts.
So you're gonna force me to.
Remember, he's also got
Probably-
+1 on
So
strength on this.
here's the question: when people are frenzied, are they like perceiving? Like, can I get away with sorcery right now? Because Enoch is probably facing the other way, getting ready to attack those two
I mean,
guys.
he will perceive, but it'll be the same perception as if you're like, kind of like if you're really drunk. Like you're under the influence of a strong emotion. It can mess with memories and stuff. So you'll be more pliable in how your memory is. But at this stage, I don't know if you've got a choice. It's up to you.
I love that.
Second-
Your options are use sorcery or die, basically.
Has Garrett turned around yet? Is Garrett still facing the opposite direction?
Garrett's still
Yeah, that's
facing.
not-
Yeah, he's not looking at you.
Okay, awesome. So I'm gonna have to do foreboding, which is a dodge attack using my willpower. And actually, let me specifically make sure, because I think it's a perception test, actually.
It is a perception
pretty
test, but you
sure
get
it is.
bonuses depending on, like if you cast it at a lower force.
Yeah.
So cast
Would
it force
Cassius
1, and if you
know where
cast
the
it
attack
your,
was coming, though, would it be counted as a surprise round, or what's happening with that?
it wouldn't be a surprise round because he's facing him and he can see it happening, and he's also
Wow.
aware of the psychic phenomena he rolled, kind of. So,
Right. Okay. I wasn't sure how that all worked. Whether when
It's
like,
not
whether
specified in
as
the
being
rulebook,
frenzied
but I
is
assume that the
surprise.
sorcerer gets a gist of what happened.
So we'll go. It's gonna be a perception plus 30.
Close.
There it
And you
is.
passed.
49 on 55. So I dodge the attack. I teleport.
So what happens is, Cassius, you finish casting the fatigue reducing power on Brander, and you pull back. You're like, oh, I've done my job, but I let some warp power just slip, and you kind of have a little bit of a throb of a headache of, when you just
It's a warp
channel a lot of
part.
power.
Just,
Yeah.
I'm just a little bit squeeped out. Just.
Yeah, totally. That's how the warp power comes out. And you see Brander narrow his eyes, and you see suddenly this sort of glint of vengeance, and you're like, oh crap, I think I know what happened. Brander instantly quick draws the chainsaw, like it's in his hand within a second. You almost didn't see it just happen. He goes for this all-out, like double-handed, over-the-head attack to you. However, you had an inkling this would happen, having been, indoctrinated into the way of being able to do some mild sort of, what's it called, where you can see
no.
the future.
I looked into the future. I
Yeah.
saw exactly. I could see traces going through the air, and I was just like, "Shut up!"
Yeah, you see, effectively in your mind's eye, you see Brander overhand into the top of your head with a squelch. And
Yeah,
you're
I
like,
flow like
no,
water."
I need to throw myself left. And you throw yourself left just as the chainsaw comes down. Brander, you swing that chainsaw and it hits the side of the shuttle. Roll me damage.
Oh,
I
God.
reroll.
Uh-oh.
With your increased strength.
Yeah.
I don't think that's enough to hurt a bulkhead, though. A chainsaw is not.
Never
known
know.
to
If it
particularly
crits,
kill
it might do something. But
If it crits,
Chainsword-
then...
If it was a power fist, I'd be really fucking worried. But it's a chainsword. I
Huh.
could have soaked that. That was the best you had. I could have
That-
soaked that with my
Wow.
face.
What?
Has that worked right? There must be something wrong there.
No, you've got the formula
Oh,
wrong. If
hold
you
on.
look in your chainsword form,
Damn
you've
it.
got 2d10 KH nothing.
Should
It should be
work now.
KH1.
I forgot to change it on that after changing it on the bolt pistol. There we go.
Oh, God.
Okay, 13 pen 2. So you swing over the top and straight into the side of the Sky Beast. It does some mild damage, but luckily you don't hit anything particularly important. The Sky Beast is relatively redundant and it's pretty tough. But it does make a little sort of scratch in the side where the teeth kind of dig through. The chainsaw itself kind of squeals as the motor protests you, kind of jamming it into a very hard metal object. Cash is sitting there as sparks fly over him. That makes it Garrett.
I'm
So
By the way,
surprised
how,
it's so
how
important.
runes flew up? Like, because you just said, "Oh yeah, I cast this thing." Give us an idea. How much of the area around you suddenly looked like the Immaterium?
Me?
None.
None. There were no runes. This wasn't a sorcery thing, was it?
Oh, no, it is a sorcery thing, but sorcery only means that he makes some, like, he utters some words and stuff, and
Oh,
makes some
right,
gestures, which he wouldn't normally necessarily need to do.
Previously, you described it as like all kinds of fuzzy neon runes and things in the air.
No. And, people are frenzied, so you won't necessarily,
not a bad
hear
guy.
the words that much.
Look at how much light is in the room right now behind me. I'm purely angelic.
Chad has
I've never
pointed
done
out
anything
well,
wrong.
at least appropriate person to be wearing purity seals right now.
Hi, Garrett.
Well, unfortunately, I don't have my melee weapons on me. I don't really carry them around, so they're probably stowed somewhere else in the Sky Beast luggage, whatever. So, I turn around in the cockpit, and there's no one there. So I have to leave the door. I run through the door, and what do I see?
Brandon
You
trying
run
to hit
straight
me.
up. You're right behind Branda. This is a very narrow door.
I don't even wait. I just clock him in the back of the head as hard as I can.
Okay, cool. Make an all-out attack. You're
Cash is-
frenzied, so
coming to
it's not an
defend
all-out
it.
attack, is it?
Like,
Because you had to move, so it'll be a normal attack. So
Yeah, I
it'll be a
can't do
single
all-out
attack,
attack here.
plus 10 for frenzy, so you're plus 20 in total.
Good luck. 56 on 50. I'd miss.
You swing over the top, but Branda's like double-handed chainsaw attack. Like he digs into the back of the shuttle. You go to swing at his head, and he just yanks that chainsaw out, pulling back, and you just swing straight past his jaw.
What's your weapon skill? by the
30.
way? Your weapon skill is 30.
Yeah.
Oh right, okay, yeah, of course. So I was those numbers.
That brings us down to Investigator Yunker, who you
Doesn't
asked to come with you on this mission. I'm going to grab a die, because he's equally next to Enoch as he is to the Arbiter. Actually, he's facing the Arbiter, and your first attack action will always be to attack someone directly ahead as opposed to someone to your side, because it's awkward to hit someone to your side. So he's going to just attack the Arbiter in front of him. He's going to go all-out attack. That gives him a plus 40 because he's frenzied. That is a hit. 2 degrees of success.
72 on 84.
And then that's 15 impact damage in the I think this is the arm. So he takes 5 points of damage. And he has to make a toughness
These guys
test.
are armored.
He's not stunned, so the Arbiter in front is not stunned. Due to that, he passed his toughness test, so he's cool. However, he's down 5 hit points already. And that brings us to Cassius. Actually, no. Enoch has a higher agility bonus, so Enoch will be going first.
Oh, okay.
This
Right,
is
with in terms of drawing weapons, how does that all work when your weapons are basically free actions to draw?
So you
Because
can
of
just draw it
combat
instantly. It's in your hand, effectively. Because your hammer is in your combat vest. In fact, it's the only item in your combat vest due to the weight limit. You instantly can just go, and then you can all attack.
Okay. Right, so I'm not going to be using my flail since that is not on my combat vest. And I'm simply going to all-out attack.
Yunker is closer to you because of the nature of the
Yunker is the
diagonal.
closest person to me, so it's going to have to be Yunker.
Yeah.
Right, okay then. So to hit will be...
By Younger.
You don't know that yet. So I need to add...
He could roll a 95. You never
Yeah.
know.
Is 10
What
for
was-
the...
What was that feat that you picked up, Abak?
Maybe. We'll see. So it's flat 30 for the all-out attack.
And then 10 for the frenzy, so you've got a plus 40 going on.
Is the 10 for the frenzy the 10 that I'm getting for the weapon skill out of the frenzy? Is that right?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. So plus 40 then. See how this goes. Well, it wasn't that great.
67, 88.
That is a hit,
degrees.
and you cannot make any dodges or parries during frenzy, so the guy is definitely hit. So this guy, who you met on the way back from Delta facility after a nuclear blast, you all helped each other, you managed to push through, and it's been, pushing your sort of angle behind the scenes when it came to the higher-ups and the other Arbites. Yeah, roll damage.
gonna hurt him more than it hurts me. I just need to quickly double check because I've got crushing blow, and this is increasing my strength. That's going to
A crushing blow doesn't
change-
increase your strength, it increases the damage you do with melee weapons by...
No. By a rounded up figure of my strength. So
Is it
I
half your weapon
think.
skill or half
Or
your
is my
strength?
weapon
rounded? I think it's
skill.
weapon skill
That's
rounded
what I'm
up.
just double checking. So let me take a moment. Yeah, it's weapon skill rounded
Yeah,
up.
so it'll be +3 on all attacks.
Yes.
And of course, you've got a temporary +1. This is two-handed as well, won't it be?
Yes. So what does that bring that up to? What does
Two-handed for
having
a
the-
Thunderhammer is a +2. Your bonus strength is +1. So that's an additional +3 for this attack as well, on top of that.
You're gonna kill him with the bonus damage.
Quite possibly, actually.
It's
Okay.
okay, he'll use his fate. We'll just have to cut off his leg.
I've hit for 19 energy damage, pen 10.
I'll be honest,
He
19
rolled
is
two
low.
threes.
Yeah, I rolled 2 3s on that.
Hmm.
He was very fortunate.
He'll give Enoch a thunder hammer, but he won't give me a force sword. That's all. I'm just still a little salty. That's all.
That's
I'm
the
saying.
default rules. I'm gonna
Depends
start
on
homebrewing
well.
these.
They're less rare.
He got something. He gets to hit for like 30 pen 10. I got a thing that has like a 1/3 chance to maybe stop damage then break. You know.
Is he dead?
So that does. Yeah, he's brought. I just want to double check this. Yeah, his armor counts for nothing. His toughness is 4, now 5.
Okay.
So he takes 14 points of damage. He's brought down to 0.
Okay.
And because
You know
he's
what
not.
happens next?
Yeah. So with this massive blow, you just quickly you wake up. Your hat falls from the side of your head. Before the hat
Oh, no,
even
it
touches the
doesn't. My hat
ground.
never falls off my head.
Your friends,
Doesn't
you,
go
you
up.
don't even you don't have awareness about your hat right now. All that matters is
Yeah,
bloodlust.
my hat never falls off my head.
It kind of skews to the side a little bit, maybe. And
Okay.
it's starting to
Which I
fall.
Don't let him talk you out of it. You stick to your guns. You're the
No,
GM.
it's starting to fall.
Uh,
And you quickly flip the Thunderhammer up, catch it, two-handed, and you spin around, bringing it full force straight into the guy from the side. You hit him in the...
Into his torso.
You hit him in the
Oh, wait, no,
leg.
7, so 7, 6, no,
Leg.
the
So
leg, actually.
you bring it right down on his leg as he starts to awake, about to attack you or the Arbiter in front. No, he's just finished attacking the
Tried to
Arbiter.
kneecap him.
So
Might
you
have
just
been a
swing
little
forwards,
overzealous.
and right about the hip, you just put the Thunderhammer through. And it goes straight through his leg. His leg flies off. His body collapses on top of it. There's a searing sensation as he lands on top of the other end of the Thunderhammer, and it starts to melt through his torso. And then you quickly send a hand out to grab that hat that is starting to fall to the ground and just put it back on.
Is he a character that dies at 0 health?
Yep.
He is a character that dies at 0 health.
Goodbye, Junker.
Does the all-out attack roll carry through? Because it doesn't say it needs to hit the same target.
Yes, yeah, you get another attack.
And
Because
since there's
Devastating
another
Assault,
arbiter-
those you don't know,
Right.
if you hit with an all-out attack, you get to make another all-out attack.
Free. So, I mean, this guy just took apart his... You said he landed on the hammer and it just starts to sizzle because this is basically an electrified hammer. And I just swing up from where it was and just go to backhand the other guy who's just across from him.
See, this
Well,
is problematic because if he misses and it hits Sky Beast, we could actually get vented into space and die.
That
This
would
weapon you can actually hit a tank with, and it'll probably do something.
that would genuinely be bad, yes.
Everyone's saying F for Junker.
Oh,
So that's an
bad.
18 with a target of 88.
That's 8 degree success.
Yep, 8 degrees success. Please roll your damage.
Right, so where is this going? So it's an 18, so it becomes an 81. That would be... This is in his other leg.
This is his
The other
left
guy.
leg. Yeah.
So I'm just kneecapping all the fools today. They used to be adventurers like
I don't
that.
think you could call it kneecapping when you sever their entire leg.
That's
Extreme
what I'm
kneecapping.
trying to do. I'm just very good at it.
Okay, so let's look at the damage.
Okay, that's a bit bad.
30.
Jesus.
But that does include a roll of an 8 and a 9. You've got an 8 degree success, so you can't really replace any. So this goes straight through this guy's leg. You just backhand it straight through the guy's leg. He just flops over. Like, he is done. He is very, very
Why-
dead.
why are the rest of us even on this mission? Like, couldn't they just send Enoch to handle this? Like, Brander just hit for 2, pen 2, and it's just like, why? Like, why are we even here? Like, what's the point of this?
And there's so much damage that you just go straight through and into the effectively the rail on the other side that people have been resting on, etc. It's only a sort of a mesh metal sort of seat, and that just gets melted. The bits of metal in there just instantly going orange with the heat as your hammer passes through, and they sizzle as the sort of little currents of energy go down them, and the entire section there just gets turned to slag. He dead.
Unfortunately, our backup was not really up to the task. The Emperor has found them wanting.
Well, think of it this way. If we didn't have the 2 arbiters with us, you would have crushed someone else on the team.
It's true, actually.
I'm happy that they came along.
This is
definitely.
this is a good point.
He died in the service of the Empire.
It'd be interesting if you
Cassius.
killed like Cassius and me, and then it's like, who flies this now?
I draw my sword and I go into the full defensive action or whatever it is that gives me like a plus 30 to parry.
Yeah. And with that, Cash is just seeing shit go down. Just pulls his sword out, muttering a few words of defense and just a few swear words in Vesepian. Puts his sword in front of him. Not sure exactly what's going to happen. And with this next turn, everyone comes out of frenzy, so you are out of combat time.
I do have one question about that, because Garrett just acquired a thing where, like, if he starts...
It only works for enemies. It's people you
Okay.
perceive as enemies you can't let to leave, but as soon as frenzy stops, he doesn't perceive you as an enemy.
I was worrying that he was just going to be punching me in the head for all of time.
No,
That would be
Ineffectually.
That
so
would be
the malignancy that Garrett got is called Bloodlust, and it only activates, like you said, against enemies, but it also only activates after Garrett has taken damage. And since he's not damaged right now, it ain't gonna activate.
Okay, so with that, you all blearily eyed, apart from Cash, of course, feel the adrenaline in your system, but you're suddenly aware of it. Rather than just feeling like you're in a bloodlust that you need to kill things, it recedes, and you're left there with a more clear head, but still the racing of your heartbeat in your ears, and looking around like, what just happened? And most of you will probably at this point look over at Epictetus and notice that he is just covered in gore and body parts. There are limbs separated from the bodies that were down there, and he's done that in a fraction of a second.
I'm just stood there, kind of legs, my feet planted, shoulder width apart, my hand hefted in hand. I'm not even looking back. I'm just panting. And I'm sort of, though you can't see my face, I'm like, why did I just kill these people? I know I had to, but why did they need to die?
Oh, what the hell? Well, what happened?
I was
Cassius,
off balance for a second.
Cassius, what the hell just happened? Why is there blood and legs and gore all over the Sky Beast?
It'd be a better question for Enoch than I.
Yeah, I don't think Enoch is responsible. Something tells me he didn't cause this.
There would be no way for your character to know that. You would have to make a warp check.
I took a couple of steps back from Enoch.
When shit goes south, people do blame the Psyker, and Garrett is...
Yeah, I was going to say that is a completely
Garrett is a
natural-
fairly intelligent character. He doesn't always act it, but he does...
Make him roll for it. You'd make me roll for it.
Okay, you get to make an intelligence check at a plus 30 because you are aware that when shit goes south, it's the Psyker, and you blame the Psyker even in situations it's not the Psyker.
We all do this?
Rolled 7 on 65.
Fairly certain that regardless of the 30, that
I mean,
doesn't
Enoch
matter.
will say it's a Psyker regardless of what happens because Enoch's a witch hunter. Brando, sure, you can roll if you want. Enoch, you can roll, but have you got knowledge of warp?
No.
Oh, in which case, yeah, you get to roll at plus 30 as well.
I manage it.
Okay, so you might not necessarily know it's a Psyche, you don't know anything about warp particularly, but you've seen enough go south, and you often... you're raised in a culture where people blame Psychics for anything, especially if it's something odd. So whether you might not know this particularly, you're all looking at Cassius. Enoch, however, isn't. Enoch's just a little bit too taken with the fact that he just murdered two
I'm a
people.
little perturbed. I'm not even listening to the chitter-chatter
Yeah.
back there. I've learned to drown out when
Yeah.
Garrett starts talking. more or less.
Garrett, however, getting a 7... You have in your past experienced a couple of times where there have been psychic phenomena or psychic perils, etc. Notably, going on when your family and your entire village was burned, there was a lot of psychic stuff going down. You really pretty sure that it was Cassius on this one.
I hawk up a loogie and spit it at Cassius' feet, and I spin around and head back into the cockpit. Brander, come on.
I'm looking at my chainsword and at the hole I've made in the wall.
I grab Brander's sleeve and I try to jerk him towards the cockpit.
I turn around just
Let him
in time to see
pull me
Garrett
along.
basically dragging Brander along. Sorry, Brander, what were you saying?
I let him pull me along. I'm busy taking in what the hell just happened and all the blood and everything.
Come on, Brander, this ain't gonna fly itself. I don't know what the hell just happened, but we still got a job to do.
Can I
I'm
still?
just left-
We're not like he hasn't shut the door or anything, has he? So I can still see into the main bit.
So far, yep. And as that happens, let me roll a couple of die.
Of course.
Oh,
I'm
we're
looking at
dead.
Cassius going, "What did you do?"
Oh
Just
crap!
Keep rolling, EE. Just
Oh,
keep
crap.
rolling.
So with that, you suddenly hear the sounds of. It sounds like someone was throwing ball bearings at a tin sheet, like someone dropping a load of pots and pans. And then there's occasionally a small sound of a pop. Brander, you're in charge of Skybeast's health for this. So,
All right.
Skybeast has, what is it, 20 armor on the back?
Yes.
Skybeast takes 2 points of damage.
Oh dear.
All right. That's it's integrity, isn't it, that it uses for damage?
And
All right.
Skybeast shudders slightly. And all of you are suddenly kind of aware that this is not something that happens to a ship in flight. It's not meant to shudder. Brander, you instantly know you are under fire. Everyone else, you come to that conclusion pretty rapidly as Brander kind of makes it fairly obvious to the rest of you.
I leap into the
roll
pilot seat.
for initiative.
Everyone
us?
again, yeah?
Everyone again.
Okay. That's a slightly better roll.
Damn it. That's a significantly worse roll.
You can spend a point of fate to go to the top of the round. However, you only have 1 point of fate left, so I don't know if you want to.
I ain't doing
he
that.
knows he's only got one fate left.
Yeah.
Some of us aren't blessed with gaggles of fate, and some of us are. You know, some of us are the Emperor's children. The Emperor provides for some of us. From others, he takes and takes and takes. Because you're sinful, and you deserve it.
I get a feeling it wasn't the Emperor who gave you your fate points.
Garrett, you're up.
Am I aware that we're under fire? You said you'd come to that conclusion, but
Make an
is this
intelligence
first
check at
round?
plus
Yeah.
30.
I will have gone something to the tune of, "We're under attack," as soon as
Well, there you go. In
I
fact, yeah,
started
Brander can
feeling
use
the
his
hits.
reaction to say that, so you know you're under attack.
Okay, I'm gonna try out these lasers then. I'm gonna head up to the laser turret.
Okay, so it takes you half action to get into the laser turret. You aren't currently aware of where the attacks are, and space combat is large distances. So I'd say make a perception check at... Make a standard perception check. If you pass it by enough degrees, I'll say you get a free attack.
Nope. 96 on 40.
Yeah, because you've got like the top 5%. You quickly get into the multi-laser turret. It starts to go woo and starts to warm up, and you quickly glance around trying to fiddle with the targeting display. You can't find anyone. You look to the rear. You look in front. You can't instantly see anyone. Until you get to check again, or until someone locks using a nav computer for you, you're not going to be able to see anyone to shoot. That
just
brings
gonna
us
fire
to
anyway.
Enoch. Okay.
Would I be
Okay,
able to warp perception and figure out where the enemy's at by just sensing the fact that they're alive?
Yeah, what range is that spell?
I have no idea. It just says that it gives me unnatural perception, and then when you go to the unnatural perception page, it says it's GM discretion.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
be
that's
able to-
exactly.
Yeah,
that's
okay, you'd
why
be able
the
to do
spell
that to an
is like-
extent. The problem is you wouldn't be tracking them, you'd be tracking like the line of their projectiles coming at you. But you could then give someone a general gist of where they are. You could then help them get better buffs to it. Obviously, you can't put your warp perception into a targeting computer, but you can give people an idea where they are to scan. So yeah, you can do that if you want.
Okay.
Right, well,
let me-
with my turn, kind of snapping from my thoughts over what on earth just happened, with a look on my face as I turn and rush past Cassius. You know, my expression is still, there are questions that need answers, but I'm kind of hooking my hammer back on my combat vest, and I move into the cockpit, having seen that Garrett has just gone up. It's like an observation dome on top, isn't it?
Yes.
So he went up out of the cockpit. Okay, well, I rush into the cockpit and I slide into the co-pilot seat. What can I do?
Okay, so co-pilot
good.
C, that takes a half action to get in there. There's several actions you can do. Firstly, you can fire the heavy bolter at the front. That is also linked to the co-pilot seat. You can fire the hunter-killer missiles. You've got 2 of them. You can use the nav computer to try and find out where someone is and get a lock on them. That'll send it through to all seats so people know where they are and start making attacks.
Okay. What's involved in using the nav computer?
It would be a tech use test.
No. Since that, from what I'm aware, the cockpit and the observation area, which is now the turret, are the only places with windows. I'm simply gonna use my perception and look out just in
That's
case
fine.
I spot
Make a standard
something.
perception check. The pluses and minuses will be in my head because I don't want to know how far and close people are.
That's fine. Oh, that's a bad roll. Oh no. Oh, it's still not a good
38
roll.
with a target of 31. You look out. You can't see any obvious signs of tracer fire or any enemies glistening from muzzle flashes. Whether you take that as you just... I mean, you're a little bit... You've just had adrenaline pumping, etc. from attacking some guys. You're a little bit unsure of your own footing. Whether you think that's because they're not in front of you and above you, or whether you think that's just because you're not sure right now, you aren't certain. You just can't see anyone right now. That brings us to the enemy, who are on initiative of 8.
Okay.
I should roll to hit first. That is a hit with 3 degrees success. And that is a hit with 1 degree success. The first round, basically what we're looking for is 15 damage is just enough to hit the armor but not do any damage. So anything with 15 damage or higher on a heavy bolt goes through. Well, 16 or higher. There we go. That's 1 point of integrity.
All right, 1 point down.
That's... Yeah, that is... That's 4 points. And a crit.
Oh god.
That's 2 points. And that's another 2 points.
They're rolling really well.
They are rolling really well with heavy bolters.
That's a lot of points.
The crit was a 24, 42. 42 on a vehicle is the hull. So, Branda, since you're flying the vessel, would you like to roll me 1d5? Oh, you are
Alright.
the official person who will fly the vessel, I guess. 3.
Got a 3.
A jarring blow tosses the vehicle around, throwing things around the interior. Any crew member who's not strapped in, which is currently everyone, no one had a chance to strap in.
We didn't know it was an option. That'd be one of those things we need to know about.
Yeah, I mean, people in seats will be better secured just because of the nature of the seats, but that's not great. Our robots must make a toughness test at +10 or be stunned for 1d5 rounds. Anyone aboard the vehicle suffers a -10 penalty to ranged attacks until the end of the next round. So
Toughness
everyone
test at
would like to
+10.
make a toughness test at +10. Those of you in seats, which consists of Enoch and Garrett, get an additional +30 on the test.
Okay.
Oh god, I failed.
15 on 70.
I got it 82 on 50.
Sorry, what was it? An additional plus what for the seats?
+30 in addition, so you'd be at +40 in total.
75 on 50.
14 on
So
73.
Enoch and Garrett both pass. Brandon and Cassius, both who haven't had a chance to go, are instantly thrown to the side as it turns Skybeast into sort of a sidelong tumble. No gravity on the inside temporarily, and you fly up and then down again, banging your heads. Both of you are stunned for 1d5 rounds, so roll me a 1d5.
This is not good. Pilot's stunned.
Right, so
Pilot's
yeah, you're
stunned
not going to
for
have a
5
pilot
turns.
for this battle. Good
Oh
luck,
God,
guys.
We're dead. We're just dead.
Brandon, do
I'm
you want to
stunned
spend
for
the
5
point of
rounds.
fate to ignore stunning?
I guess I
He
have
does
to,
it on
don't
his
I?
turn, so let's wait until his turn.
It is his
before we
turn.
spend that.
After Cassius. So Cassius, you go first.
I'm stunned for 3 rounds.
Okay. That brings us to Branda.
Everyone
I
just
will
sees
spend
Cassius.
my one remaining fate to remove the 5 turns of stun.
Okay, you can act then. Half an action to get into seat, half an action to buck yourself in, half an action to take certain maneuvers. Other maneuvers are full actions.
Wait, so alright, so I'll use half to get in, and then I will use... well, I need to, like, find out where the enemy is, don't I? So I'll try and do that.
Okay.
Actually, I could do a maneuver that would get us safer, potentially. Except
it's
they're
up
all
to you.
full maneuvers. So I don't think I can do anything.
I could say that you could try and make them half maneuvers for the defensive maneuvers, but you would be at a penalty to try them.
Okay, I could try... just evasive maneuvers then.
What's the test for that?
It would be a flat operate test.
So that operate test would be a -20 because you're using it as a half action.
I'll give it a shot.
The alternative is you can make a move. Yeah, you haven't had a chance to move the vessel. If you move the vessel, or you could do that, it's up to you. Actually, that will count as moving the vessel because you'll always move your distance with that. So yeah, you're fine.
Right, please work, please work, please work. 33 out of 38.
Okay, and with that, you correct for the spin, and you start this weird sort of corkscrew maneuver where you try and duck out of the way of fire. So how much is that penalty to shoot you? Is it the degree of success?
Yes, degrees of success penalty on any shots.
Okay, so the way we're doing space combat is because you're now flying the vehicle, it'll be a -20 to hit you, plus a -10 because of your degree of success. So that's a -30 to hit you now. Garrett, you're up.
One sec, sorry. I'm pasting something for Paul.
Oh dear, oh dear.
They were losing track of the rolls, so I just pasted in the paste bin of everything we've done.
Okay.
All right. So did Brander find any enemies for me?
No.
No, I was busy trying to not get us killed.
You can do a
Alright, first
perception
thing
or you
I'm
can do a
gonna
tech
do-
use. It's up to you. By the way, perception, enemies far away in space, it's going to be hard to see people. Tech use generally is better buffs. But it's up to you, depending on what your tech use is.
Also remember, we do have the tech use servitor thingamajig.
Which I believe is still plugged
Yeah,
in.
Yeah.
That was plugged into the turret last time I used it. Yeah. Is it still there, you assume, then?
Yeah, and unless anyone's moved it, you'll still get a +10 to all tech use tests in the turret. And you've got a combi tool, haven't you?
I do have a combi tool. That
That's
gives me
another
another
+10 to tech
right?
use test, so that's a +20 in total.
And is it a tech use agility or tech use intelligence? I assume intelligence.
Intelligence, yeah.
I'm not even sure
Plus
what
20?
you'd have tech use agility on.
That was just for using something tech-based very quickly.
Possibly. You didn't even need that.
005.
5 on a
65.
65. Very nice. With that, I'll say that even just took you a half action. You just quickly lock in on the local radar. There are 2 targets astern of you at a distance of only about 100 meters.
Okay, help me out here. I'm not a sailor. What is a stern?
Behind you to the rear.
Thank you. All
Behind
right.
you to the rear.
Do
Can
either
I
of them
have some
look
more redundancy with my redundance?
Yeah.
Do either of them look more monstrous than the other, or are they about equally
Both of them
threatening?
look like they are light shuttles of some kind, probably Argus lighters from what you know. Similar to the one you are following.
All right, I'm gonna shout on comms. I mean, I assume everyone can hear me without comms. Then
Yeah.
I'm gonna shout two Argus shuttles behind us, and I'm gonna shoot at one of them. I'm gonna shoot at Argus A.
Sure.
I'm gonna float quietly through the air, unconscious.
Okay. So it'll be a ballistic skill test. Multi-laser is within range, so you're fine for that. They are moving, so that'll be a -20 to hit them.
Okay. And you said we had a -10 currently for this round because
For this
of the
round, yes.
The shot. So minus 30.
Yeah.
Oh shit! I did plus 30. Sorry. 18 on
20.
20. So I hit.
You do hit
success.
with 2 degrees of success, because a 20 would be 1, a less than 20 would be 2.
Right.
So, feel free to roll me some damage. An 18 is an 81, just in case it comes important.
Almost did.
That is the turret. They don't have a turret, so it becomes the weapon.
Okay. 26 pen 2.
Very nice. And the second one does...
Oh, is it 2 hits?
yeah,
Multi-laser.
full auto.
23 pen
23.
2.
Okay, so it's got an armor of 22 on the front, so your pen makes it a 20. You do 6 damage and 3 damage.
Nice.
Sounds
So the
good.
first one that's slightly closer off to the right, you just start going... You bracket it with multi-laser fire, and you get some pretty solid hits in there, despite the fact you're still a little bit shaken. So it does 9 points of damage in total. I'm going to keep a track of this. 10... Okay, that brings us to Enoch.
Well, I use a half action to belt myself into the seat, and turning to Branda. Is there anything I can help with? I'm not used to void ships.
You can hold your action if you want, then, to
Yeah, I'll hold
wait
my
for what.
action at that point.
Yeah. You'd have to know vaguely what you're holding for, so you can
Okay.
either hold. Probably the easiest one for you would be to hold the main gun on the front, so you could fire the main gun if Branda can bring it to bear.
Okay, I'll do that then.
That'd be something you're familiar with. You know, you're familiar with how a heavy bolter works. That brings us to their go.
I imagine Cassius is just kind of because there's no gravity, is there? The gravity is being destabilized. or something. Is
Gravity's
that
back
right?
on now.
Oh, gravity's back on. Okay.
I thud back to the floor.
I was gonna say, imagine he's just floating in there with like bloody globules that are just floating around in the bag as well from the the messed up corpses. Maybe
All the
he
severed
flops
legs.
down onto one of the corpses. There's
Okay,
a big
so-
old squelch.
It gives him a soft landing.
Yeah,
I'm rolling
it's
really
good.
well. It's a 0-4. That's 2 degrees success because they can only hit you on a 10 right about now unless they do something special. The other one is going to go for a lock-on. So opposed operate test against the single enemy craft. So Branda, if you want to make me an operate test.
All right.
I failed.
46 out of 58.
You passed. So regardless of degree of success, they try and lock on and bring their guns to bear, but it is not working. You are managing to evade their lock on. You hear the radar warning burble, and as soon as that happens, you flip to the side and it's off again.
I'm helping.
Cassius does help him back. You notice that the one that Garrett fired at, that's failed to lock onto you, tries to make an evasive maneuver and starts throwing itself around a little bit. But Garrett, you know too well what it's doing, and it doesn't really seem to throw you at all. They rolled a 97 on their evade. So that brings us to Cassius. One off the stun track.
I continue laying on the floor in a pool of my own gore and possibly other people's gore.
Yeah, there are a
Hooray.
few
Are you
legs like
bored?
laying across you now.
I hope not. Brandon, did you go, Cassius?
Well, I
No, he
feel like
dodged it with his magical
hit
powers.
If I hit my head on the ceiling, I've got to be like that guy
That's
from,
true.
Castaway, where he's just like, "Blah." It's just like, it doesn't seem like it would turn out well.
Nope. Branda.
Right, so remind me what can the co-pilot do so that I can relay to
Okay,
Enoch?
so Pedicus can fire the Hunter Killer Missiles, which is a techies test. He can fire the Heavy Bolter, which can only fire forwards. And he can do some lock-on stuff to do with being able to make techies test to be able to use the radar and stuff to be able to lock onto crafts and be able to show them on your nav display. So mostly you're looking at the Heavy Bolter action really for Enoch because he doesn't have techies.
All right, so in response to that, I would just say, be ready on the guns. And then in response to Garrett saying, behind us, I say behind, all right, and I slam the brakes on and try and do a lock-on maneuver on the one that Garrett's been firing at.
You'd have a hard time doing a lock-on maneuver with them behind you. It would help Garrett. It wouldn't help Enoch because it wouldn't bring Enoch to bear. To do Enoch, bringing Enoch to bear, you'd have to do a tight turn. so that you can actually.
Okay, so I need to already be following him to.
You need
to
to have them in your sight.
Just out of
In
question,
terms of full
out
actions, this is terrible.
Out of character here, do we still have any type of signature from the craft we were tracking?
Oh yeah, you do for the moment. It would have to get pretty far away. Space is quite easy to lock onto things at this range.
Okay.
What weapons
I'll make a
did...
tight turn.
Okay. Yeah, Cassius.
What weapons did the two Arbites have?
Shock mauls and shotguns.
Might take their shock mauls because I have super high weapon skill. It might be helpful.
Bear in mind, the last time you met the shock mauls of the Arbites, they only worked on Arbites that they were keyed to.
Thought that was his gun, his shotgun.
It also has a
Shock
shotgun
mauls
as
last
well.
time.
Yeah.
I couldn't use mine as a result.
Brander, so yeah, you managed to tight turn, and with that, Skybeast just does a backflip straight over and starts facing the direction, which makes Epicus able to take a shot. So,
Okay.
minus 20 because they have moved. Actually, one of them didn't move. One of them spent all its time aiming and stuff. So yeah, you get either you can aim at the one that failed to dodge. Actually, no, that is a... Yeah, sorry, that is a move. It'd be a minus 20 to shoot the one on the side, or the other one is a minus 20 as well. So both of them minus 20, both of them at normal range for...
No, I literally, as he spins around, given the situation, I said, it would be a waste of ammo. And I don't use a move.
Okay.
I would literally be wasting the ammo.
I mean, it has got 120 clips in the magazine.
I would have to roll a 5.
Okay. So that brings us to Garrett.
I assume since we flipped over, I need to spin the turret around. Does that take half an action?
No, the turret does that as part of the attack if you want.
Okay, then everyone just hears me up there shouting, pew, 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 as I keep trying to hit the one that I already hit.
Okay, so you can do an aim and then a shoot if
Yeah,
you want. Okay.
Definitely aim. So that's, instead of minus 20, it's minus 10.
Yes. I can't remember what it's called, but when you move the main craft, but the turret stays in the same area relative, that's what this turret does. Unfortunately, that's a miss with a 54 on a 40.
Darn.
By the way, with the multi-laser before, were you adding your bonuses?
Which bonuses do you need to add?
Because you've got bonuses to damage you do with ranged weapons, don't you?
Yeah, that's been added.
Okay.
But there's no bonus to aim, unfortunately.
No. And with that, your multi-laser goes wide. That brings us to Enoch.
Okay, well, you said that the ship basically did a backflip, yeah?
Yeah. By the way, you
Yep.
can do a half-action aim now because you've got your full action again.
Okay. Well, given that, how did the gravity work? Because now we're upside down.
Local
Does the
gravity is
gravity
always to the
compensate for
floor
it?
of the ship for you because you've got grav plating.
Okay, that's fine. I was just double checking that.
That'd be so cool if you're in space. There's no
Yeah.
gravity affecting you directly. It's like the ship turned upside down. Everyone falls on their heads. What?
I wanted to make sure that if I got out,
the
there wasn't
world
gonna be
turned
some
upside
sort of-
down.
There wasn't going to be some sort of crazy thing. Oh yeah, you fall, but it's like, I'm in space. No, gravity. It's like, I hate it. So,
Flying past a particularly
given
large
this,
asteroid.
given this, I actually use a half action to unbuckle myself, and since it's the only thing I can do, I go back to wherever Cassius is and try to find him and shake him to his senses, or at the very least, like, is that an action I can do? Can I try and wake someone up from a stun?
So it's a half action to unbuckle yourself. Actually, I'll let you unbuckle yourself quicker than that. I'd say it would be like a free action because you're meant to be able to quickly get out of restraints if something goes wrong. So you half action move, and then half action you can try and reduce his stun tracker, I'd say. Let's say it'd be a Medicaid roll. You do have the nearby thing that's plugged into the turret, but it still has mechadendrites that can actually reach, and that'll give you a plus 10 on this roll.
Okay, it's going to be a pretty bad roll, but we'll see. So that was how much to this? Plus 10, yeah?
Plus 10.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Still be a really low roll, but no. 32 over 17.
No, sadly, Cash is still a little bit flopping around.
I'm just
unable to
slapping
be
him in the
responsive.
cheeks.
He's still a little bit like...
Come back to us,
ringing.
Cassius. And then
Yeah.
when that doesn't fail, I just kind of start dragging him towards, or trying to brace myself to drag him towards one of the seats, because I think that's an actual action as well. But
Yeah.
there we go. That's my turn.
I'm just going to make a macro for rolling 1d100. Now you can see my rolls. It's... There we go. D100, add that to the bar. Right. 90. The next load of shots go straight past you, quite easily missing the jinking that Brander is doing with the craft. Not going to hit anything. The second one's going to try for a lock-on. So, Brander, is it opposed for a lock-on, I think? Yes, it's an opposed challenge. Yep. So if you want to make me a operate test.
39 out of 58.
3 degrees success. I got 3 degrees success as well. I did not succeed then, so there is no bonus. You are just able to, every time the radar warble comes on, like, whoop, 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 you instantly flip the craft to the side. That brings us to a shot against you, which only has a 1 in 10 chance of hitting. I rolled it and rolled a 0-4, but actually meant to be rolling up here, so ignore that. And it's a miss. That brings us down to Cassius.
It's the last of my stun tracker.
Okay. Brander, it's your go. As this sort of happens, because of the direction you've two been moving this turn, they fly past you. They're at close range, now they've just gone straight past in their attack run, and they're now behind you. But, if you flip the craft, you'll be behind them. And they've only got chin-mounted guns from what you could see.
Right, I'll do that again, then I'll do a tight turn and flip back over.
Okay, roll it again.
Dope.
66 out of 58.
Yeah, you managed to get the craft half turned around, so you're now effectively like that to them there. So they're above you, but you don't manage to go the entire 180, you just go 90 degrees.
Alright, so I could now, like, next turn do a half move to be facing them.
Yeah, quite easily. I have to say you do that as part of your normal move. That brings us to Garrett.
Oh boy, does this turret face upwards?
Yep.
Oh boy, and I'm behind the craft now?
Mm-hmm.
Do we still get a negative 20 for them because they're moving?
Yeah, they're still moving, so you get a negative 20.
All right,
But you get plus 10 aiming.
I'm shooting at Alpha here, the one that we winged already.
Okay.
That is not a hit. 86 on 40.
That is not
Damn.
a hit indeed. And that brings us
I'm kicking the sides of the turret here. I'm so upset.
to Enoch.
Who, at this point, seeing that there's a bit more clarity in Cassius's eyes, like I imagine they suddenly like focus that way that when you're stunned, you're kind of staring into an impossible distance, and then all of a sudden the pupils dilate and there's a little bit more clarity there. So even though he hasn't moved, I'm going to say I'm aware he's coming to. If you're any use with guns or the realm of the Mechanicus, Brandon needs you in the cockpit. I tried to help him up.
Okay.
I get to my
stand.
feet, but I'm useless at both of those things. I'm more for warp protection.
If you wanted, by the way, I would say that if you've got the command skill, you could try and make command rolls to give people plus 10s on their next actions. Just so you've got,
Yeah, I've got command. I mean, I can.
Yeah, so when we get around to your go, I don't know if Enoch does, or Enoch can try and do it. If Enoch doesn't have the command skill, you'd still be a negative for the not having the skill.
Oh yeah, EE, question.
Mhm.
Can the Auspex help in any way? And can the plug-in box that we have help in any way?
The Auspex in there isn't as powerful as one on the ship. It would have issues at any sort of real range.
Okay.
So no. You can still spend a half action to strap yourself into these side seats just in case anything should happen.
I will do that.
Okay. So half action, you tell Cassius what you said. Half action, you strap yourself in. That brings us to their go. They're going to try and flip around. I believe they have to make an operate test. One of them fails. The other one fails. And with that, quite honestly, they are terrible. They do not actually get to be able to shoot at you because they have a chin-mounted gun. It doesn't move. They can't hit you. They fly on another 1,000 meters. That brings us to Cassius.
Yeah, I'll make the command check. I guess I'll work my way over to the cockpit, or I don't know who needs my help more, but I'll work my way over to the cockpit and I'll mutter a few words of, I guess, inspiration for dear Brander.
Do you
What
have
would
any
those words be?
sorcery for inspiration?
No, that doesn't work there. This is just gonna be a flat. I mean, I don't even know. This is a skill I've never used before, really. So, 98 on 50.
What did
Honestly-
you actually tell him?
Brander
called him
didn't
a
even hear
turd.
you. Brander is kind of tuning you out right now after what just happened and the intensity of combat, and you're pretty sure that he's got no reaction.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just
It's
the
a
fact that you,
50-50 skill.
yeah, you're slurring a little bit after your knock on the head. So that brings us to Brander. They are 90
I'm just
degrees
busy
away
getting
from
on
you.
with the shooting. Right, so I could do a half move to have them in my sights.
You can make a half move to have them in your sights, and you would be at right behind them, because that would bring you up to right on their tail.
Right, and it would have to be that rather than like doing a lock on to get into that position.
No, but the lock on is a half action, so you can take that after a half move.
But then I wouldn't be able to fire after. Oh, but I could then fire in the next turn, maybe. Could I?
Yeah, you can fire in the turn after, but your lock on wouldn't last that long. Let me just check. Yeah, your lock on wouldn't last that long. I'd say if you wanted to
Okay.
make a... Actually, yeah, I'd let you make a lock on now as a maneuver and then a shoot. Yeah, go on, because it's a movement subtype, so yeah.
All right, I'll do a lock on then. So that's an opposed operate.
Does lock-on only affect the chin gun, or does it also affect the...
It affects
both.
all weapons on the ship, yeah. So are you locking on to Alpha or the other one,
Oh,
Beta?
Alpha, yeah.
Alpha, okay.
38 out of 58.
47. So you get right up behind Alpha after flipping over. The craft itself trying to turn to you, but really unable to, and is sort of ended up in a position where it's half side onto you, so you can see it full broadside in front. You are about 100 meters away, rushing towards it. As we get to your next half action,
I will do a full auto with the heavy bolter.
Shoot her!
okay, if you succeed, you're able to end your movement so that the craft is able to target the craft, then he and the other characters aboard get a plus 20 ballistic skill test against your opponent. If you score 3 degrees of success higher than the opponent, which you did, you may immediately fire any pilot-controlled weapons as a free action.
Oh,
Wow.
So you
Well,
can
I'll do
fire
that
now
then.
with your plus 20 as a free action, and the half action you can do something else.
So does
So
the
is
plus
this a
20
plus
cancel
20
out the
overall?
minus 20?
Yes, they did make a movement, so it'll be a flat ballistic skill, because they minus 20.
all right. I get 68 out of 46.
Sadly,
Womp womp.
Heavy Bottle Brackets is unable to really do any damage. You've got half action left.
Can I then use that to attack again, or is it? Am I not allowed to with the same
You
weapon?
can't take
can't
two of the
do
attack
attacks.
subtypes, sadly. No, Enoch's right.
Just in case it was different with vehicles.
That's a good point. Is it difficult with the vehicle? I mean, all I know is that with
No.
people, you're not allowed to make two
Yeah,
attacks.
yeah,
in a
it's
turn.
characters in general.
Okay. So that would be rather awesome, actually.
You can use an action to make a tech use test on the hunter-killer missiles to get them locked in, because you're locking on with them, you're not necessarily attacking.
Yeah, I'll give that a shot.
As well, unless there's some sort of evasive maneuver you can do to make it hard for them to attack us.
Evasive maneuvers are full actions.
Oh.
Everything's a full
Ram
action.
them!
When it comes to space flight, it's terrible.
Ramming speed!
You know, honestly, ramming
That's also a
speed
full
would actually
action.
be useful.
Ah, really?
It
oh,
would be
the good
useful.
stuff is
though.
full actions.
So it'll be
So
flat tech
sad.
use, will it?
Flat tech use, yeah.
This isn't going to work, but whatever. 94 out of
You
11.
almost misfired the missile, and you quickly turn off the self-destruct that you accidentally pressed, but yeah, you don't manage to lock it in.
I imagine this is like that scene in Independence Day.
Yeah, that's exactly
when
what I
he's
was
getting
thinking.
He hasn't had enough coffee, and he's like, whoop, 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 as the missile's on. He's like,
Well, shit. For me, having the alarms go off and all the lights flare and everything, and then the computer on the multi-laser goes locked on. I'm like, sweet. That must be the alarms were for. And I just do them there, pew 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 pew, and we're just gonna shoot at Alpha here. So we get
Okay.
So we get plus 10 overall, right? So minus
Yeah.
20, and then plus 10, plus 20. Okay.
Yeah.
Come on, dice. There we go. 17 on 60.
So that is 5 degrees of success. Feel free to roll me
nice.
5 damages.
my
5
lord.
damages? What?
That's perfect as well, because the multi-laser fires 5 shots.
One of them was a crit.
Can he
One of them's a
replace
crit
that 22,
fail.
the one in the 22, with the successes.
So that's a 26 then with the successes. The side armor for an R versus lighter is 20, which is the lowest. So it's 18 minus from all of those. So that's 8, 10, 1, and 10. You can split that between the two targets in front of you. But admittedly, the other target... Actually, you wouldn't be able to because they're not within the same range. So yeah, you don't be able to hit that one target. Garrett, you've ridiculously overkilled this thing to an extreme extent. You've probably got about 2 to 3 times its HP there. Is there any particular way you want this thing to die? How do you want to drop this hammer?
I want it to be like asteroids. You know how when you blow up a big asteroid, it splits off into like 3 little asteroids, and then you shoot the little asteroids and they keep splitting up. I'm just going to keep destroying all the debris until there's just like a fine dust everywhere, like glitter across the sky.
So you
That
see
is
this thing
such a ridiculously badass way of describing what you've just done. Wow. Glitter across the sky. Dude, that is amazing.
You see the thing turn broadside ahead of you, and the computer goes, lock on. And you're like... Your shots, every single one of them hits. You go straight through the belly of the craft. The craft at the back breaks up from the front. You then just bracket the back again until that splits up, and a little figure pops out. You just land one shot on that figure, and it goes... You then bracket the front, the cockpit breaks open, and you see this little figure fly out with little mechadendrites around them. Like, it's quite weird and serene. It's like seeing a space octopus or something, with this one little figure with all these little waving arms go. And as you sort of get to that last shot in the mortal laser for this bracket, you just go, oh. A little bit of pink mist and silver tinsel just flies across the space in front of you. And suddenly it's this weird serene cloud of shrapnel that you're flying through, and it goes tinkle, tinkle, tinkle off of the craft.
Fantastic. I got one.
Man.
That brings us to Enoch.
Okay, with my turn, the Sky Beast has a number of void suits on, doesn't it?
Does indeed.
Okay, well, I'll get it back out of my seat. How much is it? Like, what kind of action is it to put a void suit on?
I'd say it would be about 3 full actions, because it will take a while to put a void suit on.
Okay, well, I get the void suit, and I sit down, don't buckle myself in, and I start the process of getting into a void suit. The helmet is going to go on last, because until the time I need to take this hat off, it's not coming off. I might not even wear the helmet, sod it. If I have to die,
you could probably get it in.
hat
Like, the hat isn't like a fixed thing, it can crumple inside, so you could probably wear it in there.
But that's where he keeps his ferrets.
Takes it off. A business of ferrets on my head.
I imagine Enoch's just going to jump out as one of them flies past and just thunderhammer the cockpit. But
I thought you were going to say pit then. I was like, that's an option.
So that makes it the last one, Beta, who is currently sort of 90 degrees onto you. Beta is going to attempt a lock-on maneuver. I rolled a 10. Please feel free to oppose, Brenda.
How many degrees success is that?
I got a 10.
Whoa.
You got more degrees of success, because I do not have your skill. And actually, we're forgetting, by the way, we're forgetting that the Sky Beast is a lot more maneuverable. Sky Beast has a bonus to all actions. Yeah, Sky Beast has a plus 10 to all maneuver. Arvis Light has a minus 15.
Huh. That was just a terrible show on their part.
Yeah, so even then, I think you'd still have about equal degree of success, and that means that they don't get to lock on. However, they have an Earth action left. They're gonna try firing with that heavy bolter up towards you. No. Again, shots fly wide.
Please kill them quickly, Shen, because Enoch has nothing else to do. Soon he's going to load himself into one of the missile bays and tell Brandon to shoot him at one of the
that's exactly what Twitch chat has suggested. Can Enoch ride a missile to get in melee range?
Fly me closer. I want to hit them with my hammer.
Enoch's a strange love all over again.
Launch the Demon Hunter.
I would like to make an all-out attack versus his craft.
It's like in
I'll
Sunless
allow
Sea,
it.
you've got doomed monster hunters. You fire doomed monster hunters on your torpedoes at the enemy, and it instantly one-shots them.
Yep,
Oh!
basically what it's going to be.
I completely forgot, by the way, because your craft are larger than people, you've got pluses to hit them.
Because, what kind of pluses?
Big ones, I meant.
The Aquila is immense. The Arvis Lighter is massive.
So what
Which one's
numbers?
bigger out of those?
Plus 30
Which-
and plus
which numbers?
40. The Sky Beast is bigger.
So plus 30 when we're shooting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which also means that the original rules we're using cancel out a little bit, so there'll be an extra minus 10 on shooting enemies. So you'll get massive buffs. That brings us to Branda. Branda, what are you going to do?
Okay, so are they still in sight? So do I need to?
Yeah, they're 90
maneuver
degrees
to
off to the
keep them?
side now, so you don't have access to them with your gun unless you turn, but you can do as a half-action maneuver. Any will give you a turn.
Could I do that as a lock-on,
You can.
or is that too far? All right, I'll do a lock-on on the second ship.
Okay, roll it. You've got a plus 15 to whatever you roll for your target, so that brings your target to 73.
73, yeah.
That's 2 degrees success.
67 on 73.
My target is 30, so I fail. You locked on.
There's an extra bonus because of the difference in. Is there an extra bonus because of the difference in degrees, or is there not?
If he scores 3
I
or
got
more degrees
2.
of success higher than your opponent, so you did. You may make a free attack.
Awesome. All right, firing
so
with.
The attack will be a minus 30 because they moved and they made a maneuver action, but because they are immense, sorry, they're massive, you're immense, you do get a plus 30 as well, so that's a flat ballistic skill test.
Are we back to talking about the astronauts' sizes for their...
Oh no,
their wieners?
no.
Is that what we're doing?
Brenda?
So there's also the plus 20 because of, or the plus 30 because of the lock-on.
20 for lock-on, yeah.
So overall
20.
plus 20.
And I get 43 out of 66.
3 degrees
Nice.
success. Roll me 3 lots of damage.
This should be good. Damage 1, damage 2, damage 3.
Is that a crit?
It was.
It's indeed a crit.
15,
So
18, and 17. All pen 5.
you need to get, because of the pen 5, you need to get more than 15 damage to do any injury to them. You're right up behind them. The second attack does 3 damage and will roll on the critical damage table. And the last attack does 2 damage. So you've done 5 damage there. And where did you hit? You got a 43, which is hull. So it's a 34. Feel free to roll me 1d5.
1d5. A 4.
Several electrical cables or power coupling are blasted loose by the impact, raining a sudden shower of sparks down on a member of the crew. Random selected member of the crew suffers 1 level fatigue and a single hit from a 1d10 plus 6 impact to the body location.
Back. Click on that link in chat. It's great.
So I'm going to quickly roll. So the pilot takes 1d5 plus 6. The pilot is going to ignore that because they have enough armor. But they do take 1 level fatigue.
That's the ship I have as well. The one
He
that's
totally
almost...
would if he could.
Garrett,
That's
you're
great.
up. You're locked on.
We have target locked, right? The computer's beeping at me like
Yep.
target locked.
Yep.
Did anyone ever play Endless Space? There was a special ability you could do, a card that had like a target on it. And whenever you picked it, it would say target locked. It was like plus 30% damage with your laser or something.
Which is
I'll just
amusing
imagine-
because if you aim for
Did
this...
we skip my turn?
Oh, sorry, yeah, it's your turn.
Yeah, you're completely
That's fine.
unimportant.
Yeah, I'm not doing anything anyways. I start
Speak
performing.
inspiration.
Yeah, I start performing ministrations of the throne and like doing all kinds of religious texts. I mean, at the end of the day, my character is a religious class, and so I start making ministrations and preaching and all sorts of stuff, and hopefully it helps out, but it probably won't because it's a coin flip.
It's worth a try.
Yeah, you never know.
Sadly,
8350.
the sound of the rattling guns on this craft are kind of overpowering your inspiration, sadly. But Garrett, if you aim and then take the half-action attack, you will have a total of plus 30 to this attack now.
Back rubs of faith. That's what you're giving right now. Back rubs of faith.
Hey, it worked when you're on the station firing the lance weapons.
It's true. All right,
Eh.
so we're targeting beta now. The console's blinking at me. Target locked. Target locked. I'm like, press the button. Fire, fire, fire.
Okay. You get a plus 30 in total.
66 on 80, 3-degree success.
I'm going to take the Jink evasive reaction. I make an operate test with a penalty equals the vehicle's size trait. Yeah, that's not happening. That's a -40, so I've got a 0.5 chance of success.
Go for it.
No. Feel free to roll me 3 lots of damage.
24, 24, 23. And can I replace any of those with 3? No. Okay.
Sadly, yeah. So that's 6, 6, and 5. Drop that hammer.
Really? Oh. All right. What part of the craft are we shooting?
You're shooting right from the rear right now. You've got a lovely lineup probably only about 50 meters in front of you.
Does it have rear-mounted engines?
It does have under the wings. Engines shooting backwards.
All right. Well, I'm gonna target the engines here. I wanna see like the wings just blow off this thing and then have the ship explode from its own engines.
Okay, so with that, you kind of bring the gun across. You see it in your mind's eye, and you just unleash. One of them going into the first engine on the sort of the port-hand side. It blows up. The tiny little sort of spoiler there, breaking off and flying off into the void. You bring it across to the right, do the same there. And it's just this little tin can that is no longer being able to jink or move around. It just flies straight forwards. And as it sort of gets to the edge of your gun range, you just go... And it just goes... The propellant explodes, and it is no more.
It's confetti. It's fantastic.
It is beautiful. And with that, you are still in combat time. As Brander, you notice the shuttle you were tracking, now your attention is relieved, is quickly trying to get out of view, is diving down towards an asteroid nearby. What do you want to do?
I'm going to shoot after it as quick as I can.
Okay, make me an operate test. You get a +15, of course, because Sky Beast.
Because Sky Beast!
I need to find... Wait, let's... Someone made a fan... soundboard, and there is a Sky Beast in there.
Seriously? Oh, play that shit.
We need that right now in our lives. Right now.
I make the roll, and... Oh, it's a 3 out of 73.
Absolutely beautiful.
The soundboard gave the dice strength.
With
I
a
got
0.3...
8 degrees of success.
With that, you just shout, buckle up, and with that, wrenching it over to the side, you dive down towards this asteroid. You get in right behind that shuttle. Obviously, it's noticed you're there, so you don't really care about being stealthy anymore. You right in behind it. And you notice that coming up before you isn't an asteroid. Deep down in this crater you're moving towards, as the lights of the front of Skybeast play over it, there is gleaming metal painted in red and bits of gold and silver. It seems to be of the Adeptus Mechanicus, and quite quickly it seems that the shuttle is aiming for a yawning maw on the side. It seems to be some sort of docking bay it's heading towards.
Well, so we've found Binus, and I follow the ship.
Okay, with that, you right in behind the shuttle, as the doors, as they notice you starting coming forwards for the docking bay, start to creak down. You're right in behind the shuttle. That roll was so good. Make me an operate test at +40.
If he succeeds, can we get a Sky Beast soundboard?
I will get Skybeast soundboard ready.
You did succeed.
29 out of 98.
It took my job, man. I feel like I have no job.
You just got replaced by robots, Splat. How do you feel?
The plight of the modern factory worker.
That's what a Cassius Servo Skull does. The one with the loud halo.
Just plays that it's flying around.
If Cassius had became a service skull, it would just be one of the service skulls with a loud hailer. That would be...
People want it louder, so as we do this, the shuttle goes in, flies in through, and immediately applies the brakes to slow down. Brander, you see this happening. You're really quite close in anyway, and you just flip Skybeast onto the side so it's parallel to the door as the door goes... And you go in. Garrett, you notice you missed the door by probably only by about a meter clearance over the top of the turret. Brander
Likes that way too much.
You have ended up going straight into a docking bay at high velocity. The docking bay is not particularly long in terms of space distance. How do you want to go about stopping? The shuttle is directly in front of you. You could try and just put on your engines full stop. You could try and go straight through that shuttle. There is also a gantry that goes across effectively the middle of the bay, which has got some sort of control tower. It's up to you how you want to do this.
I'm just gonna try and break as much as I can. Maybe like flipping and using the like VTOL thrusters or whatever. I don't want to hit things.
Okay. Make an operate check. I'll give you plus 10 because that was a pretty cool idea.
Can Cassius give him an epic back rub here for support?
This is all happening really too fast for that to happen, but
My hands are quick.
12 out of
My hands are
68.
quick. They're well trained.
and with
Every
that,
time you do
Branda,
that, a little bit of Cassius dies inside. He's like,
You know what I'm
That was-
imagining?
that was.
You know what I'm imagining? I'm imagining Sky Beast is actually the A-Team van, and we're just plowing through like haystacks and shit, and going through barns and stuff, and just having the
How does
Sky
it feel,
Beast
Cassius?
every
How
time.
does it feel? 500 new yen. Do whatever the job that you used to do better, because it's got like explosion sounds and everything.
Hey man, it's not my fault you decided to tangle with an AI, all right? It's not my fault you picked a broken class. Let's not blame Splat because you saw the weird class in the book. We're like, I want to play that one. It's not my fault. The rest of us picked normal shit like Samurai.
Oh, God.
So
with that-
he rolled really well. So we stopped, right?
you do. And you rolled really well, so you can choose where Skybeast is inside of the docking bay.
Huh, okay.
That's pretty good.
I need to take a look at this then.
The shuttle made it, so I'll need to duplicate the shuttle.
Can we like do a flyby and just spin around and have our thrusters burn everything on the ground, like all those servitors and tech priests, just kill them all?
That's the point. I've got like my VTOL thrusters. I can just
Are they,
drift
like,
around
side
the
shuttles?
room.
Yeah, that's not good.
Because
Incinerating
roll
everyone.
20 just may have died slightly. There we go. So this shuttle
So
only
am I-
just came in.
So am I seeing millions of servitors and tech priests?
You are.
Oh dear.
Now, bear in mind that you can go over or above the central gantry, because this is above the rest of the base, so you can go above or below it. It's kind of in the middle.
Is there any, like, in this combat, am I able to, like, continue to use Sky Beast and, like, fire the heavy bolters at people?
I don't see why you can't, unless you want to vacate it. So
Yeah, I
Right,
just
I'm
want to
gonna-
start shooting. If you want to lock onto something, just tell me to shoot.
Yeah, just to give them a bit of a surprise, I'm going to fly straight over the gantry and then spin around to face them from behind.
okay. So with that, you fly straight over the top of the gantry. Let me...
Oh, EE, lower the music, please.
I have
Everyone's
already, don't
complaining.
worry.
Got it, thank you.
You fly straight over the top of that gantry. You turn around, fire the thrusters full to slow you down, and you stop just shy of that door there.
Do we squish the guy that's underneath?
Does anyone
yet.
get, like, burned by the thrusters?
No,
Yeah,
your
can we
thrusters are
use
kind
the
of aimed at
turret?
the docking bay door behind you.
Can we use the bottom turret just to unload on all these people? Just like da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
There is no bottom turret. You've got a top turret.
Flip us upside down, Brander. What are you doing? Come on, man.
Damn,
So close,
Brando,
but
you've
so
ruined
far.
everything.
There
Now
are
we
some
gotta
limits.
fight everybody by hand. I got
I
calluses.
suspect
and
my
shit.
wingspan may be wider than the room is tall, otherwise I'd give it a shot.
You'd have to make an operate test. It is... There's room. It's not super wide, but there is room.
Well,
Can
now
the
that he
turret
said
see
there's
the
room,
people
you
on the
gotta do it.
gantry? Is that
I-
high enough up that they can...
Yeah.
I
the top
command Brander under the light of the enduring emperor to give us a shot with the las cannon.
So with this, you fly straight
no
into
left
this...
50 on
Central-
50!
That was. Oh yeah, you did.
Branda, you feel like if you did that and you flipped the Sky Beast over, you'd get a plus 10 on your test.
You're not sure what this plus 10 thing is, but
Yeah.
you're convinced you'd get it.
So you
Does
fly
Cassius-
straight into the docking bay, you flip around, firing the thrusters full bore to just slow you down. You stop just a couple of meters shy of the end of the docking area. You suddenly look around. There is an area it's about 30 meters tall. It's about 35, 40 meters wide, you think. And there is a gantry running around the side with steps up to this central sort of observation tower, which is about 10 meters above it and 10 meters below it. And it is swarming with tech priests, with servitors. You can see the shuttle that you just barely missed on the way in is in front of the the little observation tower there. And there's another one being prepped for launch. It looks like tech priests are fussing over something on the side of the engine. You have suddenly found yourself in the Hornet's Nest. Everybody, roll initiative.
Okay.
As we're rolling initiative,
Where's
I'm just
our
going to yell.
icons?
I'm going
I'll
to yell,
bring some
fires and
icons then.
missiles.
Fire the missiles.
But I am lit tired.
Okay then.
We're going
Have a
way
nap.
back on the internet. That's like the dawning days of the internet. That's like
That's not
Homestar
the-
Runner years.
We are
Back there.
venerated elders of the internet now.
Isn't that
This is
probably
great.
still around? Fire the
Oh,
missiles.
it is still around.
.net?
I saw
Oh,
it
it's
like a
still
year
around.
ago.
There's some really good ones out there, like howmad.ru. I love howmad.ru.
Oh, not a bad roll, that one.
Oh, are we on the map to click?
You are top right.
Thank you.
I now need to bring up some initiatives.
Ooh,
We're rolling good.
I never roll
Ham.
like that on initiative.
You've rolled really well.
All right,
So the
that's
plan for this
servitors.
combat is just to stand back and let Enoch kill everything. All right. Nobody go out
The
there.
plan for this combat is for everyone to stand back and watch as Garrett just snipes everything from afar. No one has to be in any danger.
I don't see why Cassius can't just open the rear door and be like, let's go. Just grab Enoch and go outside and start killing shit.
Is that something we could pull off?
I don't see why not. Remember, you've
Oh,
got
that's
complete
only 10
control of
meters? I
Sky
thought
Beast.
that
You
was
can do
right
what you
there.
want with it. You can jump out the thing at the back. By the way, as you've kind of got in and flipped around the front blast doors, and as that was happening, you saw a slight static discharge over Sky Beast as you went in, which seems to suggest some sort of low-grade void shield that's used to keep the atmosphere inside. You would be aware that this is currently an atmosphere, a pressurized environment, so you don't need to worry about void suits.
I imagine, though, if the important people on this station don't want us to progress, they could just void this room and let everyone in it die.
Mm-hmm.
That's possible.
Don't give you any
Enoch,
ideas.
has Enoch finished putting on the void suit yet?
Enoch, you've had like 2 full actions to do so. You'd have 1 left, I think. Garrett, your turn.
I might not put it on. I don't know.
I am going to yell, fire the missiles! And I'm going to start shooting at, what is this thing in front of us? You said this like some observation tower or something?
Yeah, it looks like some sort of observation tower. Maybe it's the command and control tower for this docking bay in particular. It's effectively at the bottom of your declination because you're kind of level with it right now, and you're on the top.
All right.
But you can spray the
That's
entire
what-
thing. You can target those 3 tech priests in the back, or the repair servitor, or you can spread your shots between them as you deem fit.
Oh,
Wait,
yeah.
are we
I'm
in
gonna-
the ship still? Sorry, I
Yes.
got confused by the fact that we're at the top right.
We're in the ship.
Yeah, we're in the ship.
You're only at the top right, so you've got initiatives to roll. Garrett.
I'm going to shoot at this giant thing in front of me. And if the tech priests go with it, then the tech priests go with it.
Okay, you can get a +10 to aim if you +10 to your shot if you aim, and then you can spray.
Sure. Pray and spray. That is a 63 on a 60. I'm going to re-roll that.
Okay, fate coming out.
Damn it, 64 on 60.
It's
And
weird
he's
how
back.
frequently that happens.
Yeah.
It's weird how frequently that happens. Just 1 point above what you rolled previous. It happens all the time.
Or 1 point
That's
below.
okay.
Either way,
It's
it's
fine.
just so strange.
How mad are you?
So with that, you start gunning the multi-laser, but you're still a little bit disorientated from the sudden flip and the quite narrow entry. The observation tower, glass shatters as it's superheated by the multi-laser. Some of the cognates spark as you hit them. But as you finish your quick burst, you notice that everyone is still standing in there and you don't seem to have hit anyone.
I reiterate, fire the missiles.
Enoch.
Well, given that we're in here, I'm going to forego the obvious. And how many turns would it take to not be putting on the void suit anymore?
I'd say just a full action to not put on the voice
Okay.
suit because you're kind of
Then-
stuck in at this
Yeah,
point.
like I'm starting to put my legs in. So now we're in here. I'll take the turn to get back out because I'm much more deadly when I'm not wearing a void suit.
So full action, you are no longer So you're now in the void suit. Do you say you want to put it on?
Well, no, you know what? No, I'm going to keep putting it on. As much as the coolness factor, this is the survivability factor, and I don't want to be in a ship where, because if I was buying this, it'd be like, oh yes, the cargo hold is full of my minions and my enemies. Oh dear, it seems that there was a mistake and the blast doors opened. I am so sorry.
Fair enough. Bear in mind that you no longer have your combat vest on because that will be underneath it.
The next one I'm going to basically wield both of my weapons.
So
and
right now you
are
are not holding a weapon because your weapon is on the floor as you put that on.
Yeah.
So bear in mind you'll have to half action pick up the weapon.
Yeah. Awesome.
Cassius.
Cassius is definitely not going out there. Right now we're inside of a pressure-sealed ship that they really can't hurt us inside of. I'm just going to wait for Garrett to shoot everything to death, but as he climbs up the turret ladder, I turn my attention from Brander, who did not flip the ship. Wait, did you flip the ship?
He hasn't had a chance
Oh,
yet.
it's not my turn yet.
So how is Garrett firing the multi-laser if it's not... Oh, because it's at the tower? That's what he could aim it at?
Yeah, he can aim at the tower and the gantry to the side. He can't aim at the floor in front.
Okay. So I'm going to command check on Garrett, and I'm going to call down the holy light of the enduring Imperial Emperor to shoot that tower and reduce these heretics to ash by his holy name and his holy throne!
Okay. Garrett,
roll from a 10!
you're pretty sure that this Psyker made you try and attack people earlier and it caused the death of 2 Arbites. You're not really listening to what this Psyker says at the moment.
He does not have fear of the Emperor.
Can I flip him the bird?
Yeah, you can. As a reaction, you flip him the bird.
I melt a beam his hand.
You have a half action left, if you should want to.
Let's just think about that. I would
understand that your previous rolls with the melter beam have left something to be desired.
That's
He
true.
was very good at
Don't
punching
tempt him.
holes in objects, though.
Yeah,
Oh,
the
I
only
have
time it ever
heard.
worked well, it didn't work well for you.
Let's see here.
Oh my god, he's actually good.
Yeah, I'm looking to see what I got going on right now. Hold on.
Okay, well, while you look that up, bear in mind, Brandon,
Smite
you...
rank. Okay,
Yeah, Cassius?
I'm gonna smite rank 1 his finger.
Okay.
I'm going to destroy his finger.
So you specifically
this?
going for his finger.
Yeah.
Okay, so that is a very small
Is
target.
it this one?
Is that a
it this
cold
one?
shot?
It would be a very
I'm just
small
gonna
target,
keep
I would say.
shaking
You
it.
don't need to core shot it, but it would be a very small target. So it would be like a -30 to hit.
Hey, hey, what are you talking about? It's not a very small target.
But it would be unarmored
God.
if you do hit it.
I could legitimately blow off his finger right now.
Yeah, I
I'm
would
not
say his
sure.
toughness bonus would also be the one lower because you're going for the finger.
It depends. I really want it to roll 2 or 3 damage just so he's like, ah, and then I'm like, Bzz, and he's like, ah, fuck. I don't want to blow his hand off though.
You know,
and it looks
That's
like
the
it
problem
might
with the
happen.
warp. You know, if you unleash the power of the warp on him, you can't really control if his finger comes off.
Cassius, you realize Garrett has bloodlust, right? Damaging him is actually good. Damaging him is good.
You should totally do that.
I
'Cause
draw my
he just
sword.
puts you the bird.
I draw my sword as a free action from my combat vest, and I poke his finger with it.
Okay, make a weapon skill attack at -30.
-30? It's just
Yeah,
a
small
poke.
target.
Small target.
Poking his
Really
finger.
small target. -10 is like a child. -20 is like a large suitcase.
Understand as a child. I love this.
Never mind.
Yeah,
you
this-
guys make
this-
everything so unfun. Never mind. I just keep my sword out.
Okay, sure, you keep your sword out, you've got half action. You can start putting on a void suit as a half action if you want, and you just stand there.
I'm inside of a ship. What do I need a void suit for?
Okay, half action.
I think everyone should remember
Spare,
this is the moment that Cassius was emasculated by Garrett.
Brander, as you now flipped around,
Only because,
you can
as
see...
usual, the rolls seem to favor Garrett and not my shenanigans. I'm not really sure why. It's weird how there's always penalties when I want to have fun, but there's always bonuses when he wants to have fun.
So the servitors all around you lock on to the sound of salt, and they've got NaCl filters, which mean that they get +60 to hit. Brander, you look over at the docking bay doors that have now closed. So you know about docking bays like this. There is a small void shield that keeps the atmosphere in, and B, there is a large docking bay door that is also void sealed. There are large pistons and cogs along the side. Should you want that to stay closed and not be able to open again, you could, in theory, shoot those out.
Okay. Also, about the ship flipping thing, is that something I can sustain once it's done? I don't know if it's a good idea, because everyone will be upside down.
I'll be honest, you're now in gravity.
Oh, that's true.
Flipping the
It'd
ship
be
in
outside
gravity, and you've only got VTOL engines on the bottom of the ship, it might not be sustainable.
Yeah, I'm gonna not flip it, because then we'd be like, yay, and then...
Whee!
And,
Yes.
and then the turret won't be able to shoot anything. So I'll stay upright. And I'll target the tech priests
Okay.
and try
Very
and
nice.
fire. So can I guess lock on? Does that apply now that I'm not targeting a ship? I'm guessing not.
Yeah, you
That's
can't really get
that's a
behind your
movement.
adversary and do the whole lock-on thing. You just have to take a normal aim.
Okay, I'll do an aim, and then could I then just fire one of the missiles, or would that?
Yeah, you
require
can
something
effectively
else?
dumbfire the missile if you want. At this range, it is a straight missile launcher.
Is it like an area of effect missile?
They're crack missiles. They aren't area effect, but whatever you hit will definitely die. I will double check what the blast radius is.
If you miss your target, realize that you may damage this station we're in.
It's fine. I'm about got my void suit on. I'm okay with this.
Oh, another thing, the shuttle that we flew in behind, we're aware from when it was on the planet that it doesn't have any guns on,
That
right?
one doesn't have a gun. As you flew over the other one below you, that may have a gun.
Right, just making sure that, like, I wasn't just facing this thing with, like, a multi-laser pointing at us point blank or anything.
So a crack missile does not have blast.
So it could kill one tech priest really well, but the others would be fine.
Yes. It's effectively like a shaped charge.
If I targeted the tower, would it blow up the tower and kill the people in it?
I
Probably
mean,
not.
it'd make a big hole in the tower, but it would just be a hole that would go through and through. Like, it wouldn't blow
I'll
the tower.
just heavy bolt it, because then I get multiple shots.
Okay.
What's your target?
I guess the middle tech priest, and from there Can I then allocate hits
Yeah, you
between
can
any
spread
of
the
the
hits
others?
around afterwards.
All right, so it'll be
Got this. You got this.
plus 10 for the aim. Is there anything else?
No.
Come on,
Oh,
Brando.
actually, no. You are at close range. There would be a plus 10.
There we go.
Total of plus 20.
It's like he's holding a magnifying glass above ants.
46 out of 66, 3 hits.
3 degrees success. How do you want to allocate those?
1 each.
Okay,
seems
roll
reasonable.
damage.
1, 2,
That's a
3.
Crit. 2
18,
crit.
11,
Wow.
18.
So, starting from the left, this tech priest turns towards you, and you see him go to pull up a rifle of some kind, and you just go... He just bursts apart from this very large bolt round, which is a small rocket-propelled shell with an explosive charge inside it. He just turns to find pink mist. He is dead. I will actually just move him to the side, because if I remove him, I believe the initiative tracker is going to throw a fit. The one on the other far side, you critted him. Similarly, he just pops in a pink mist. The one in the center, 11 pen 5. Let me find out. Tech Priest Overseer. So what did you hit? You rolled a torso, wasn't it?
Maybe. Yes.
11 is arm. Oh, his roll. 64. Yeah, torso.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So he takes 11 pen 5. He takes 4 points of damage. Sorry, 7 points of damage, I believe. No, he doesn't take 4 points of damage. He takes 4 points of damage as the bolt round explodes into effectively like one of his pectoral muscles, or where it would normally be, rips outwards in a blast of flame. He is knocked back against the cognate. He's still standing, and as he looks up at you, you can see flesh charred and pulled away from his face, large sections of his torso exposed, and you can see gleaming metal circuitry sparking, sort of oily fluids leaking down his front, one entire side of his face and one eye glowing red, and teeth exposed as shining chrome as he looks up towards you.
What a fine figure of a Mechanicus it is.
Shut up! You're not a Mechanicus anymore.
It's what
Carolina's
Caroline's
servo
want it to
skill
be.
says that it's at my shoulder.
Yep. That brings us to all the combat servitors all around you. So for the sake of
I'll be
this,
right back.
1, 2, 3. He's gonna move as far as he can this way. He's gonna move as far as he can. 1, 2, 3. 3 combat servitors are gonna take shots at you. One of them with an aim.
Nope.
So that would be a 80. No. Next one. 72. Nope. And a 31. In fact, these should have plus 40s because you are immense. So that is a hit. That is a hit with 2 degrees success, and that is a hit with 5 degrees of success.
It's hard to miss the Sky
One of them
Beast.
still isn't a hit because it was the what was it? Oh yeah, it was 72 target 70.
Yeah, so that's an 80 on an 80, and then a 72 on an 80. Sorry, a 72 on a 70. Yeah, you're right. That should be a miss. So that is 4 degrees and 1. So that is a damage. 1, 2, 3. That is absolutely terrible. And 4.
It doesn't do anything.
You just hear a slight patter, like rain on a tin roof. Ting, 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 ting. As about 50 stubber rounds all bouncing off the Sky Beast. One of them pings off the window near Brandon, not even leaving a mark. Okay.
I don't even flinch.
That brings us to some tech priests. What do they have that they can use against you? Ooh. Okay. So the Tech Priest Overseer, who you can see, moves forwards to take cover behind the Cognite unit. Half his face disappeared. He looks over, and you can see the lights flicker in his eyes as these red lights glow, and there's a slight spark and a glitch to them. And he gestures towards Sky Beast. Where is... He's using Fate to reroll that. A 92 on an 86. There we go. So, with that, he creates
24
a
and 86,
haywire
by the way.
field on Sky Beast directly.
Is there any way of dodging this? I imagine not.
It's an area effect, so no. Not really. Dear God, I didn't have haywire field pegged down for today. Forgot they had this ability.
This feels like the part where everything goes wrong. I mean, if we're getting haywire, that means my lungs shut down.
Right, so... Brandon, do you want to roll 1d4 because it's Sky Beast being affected? Sorry, 1d10.
Alright. 6.
All actions utilizing technology, including firing ranged weapons without the primitive quality, tech use tests, and any physical actions attempted while wearing power armor or implying cybernetics. Brandon, this means all actions for you. Suffer a minus 20 penalty. The base move of anyone in power arms is reduced by 3. Melee weapons with technological components function as primitive weapons of the analogous type. That includes power weapons. And I'd say that Sky Beast would have to make a half-action turn to stay airborne. You'd have to make an operate test because its VTOL is not particularly stable.
You're doing that now, or is it when it comes to my turn?
Oh, when it comes to your turn. The Heretic Tech Priests around you are all going to start making shots. In fact, a couple of them are going to quickly jump in here. This Tech Priest quickly jumps into the shuttle. This tech priest... Oh god, I've got to move you back so I can grab the tech priest. Ah! Moves to here. That tech priest is going to take a blast at you with a las gun. Due to you being immense and at close range, that is a plus 50 in total.
Oh, EE, can you switch the camera back to the rolls?
Yeah, I have. I have to keep switching to get the character sheets. So
Yeah,
that is
possible for me to try and dodge this?
yeah, you can do a jink action to try and avoid. You make a challenging operate test with a penalty equal to the vehicle's size trait, so it'd be an operate at minus 40.
I'll try.
Crit fail. We all smash to the wall and die.
25 out of 18.
I mean, in all fairness, that's not minus 20 because it involves technology in a haywire field. But yeah, you fail and several las bolts slam into you. That would be damage, damage, damage. All of them not even scratching Skybeast. And then
Everyone's being like, oh no, it's lads. That actually threatens us.
Man, they're flashlights, bro. We're good. We're solid.
That's the rest of the
There's
tech
a reason
priest.
There's a reason the
It was a
Imperial
las
Guard can't
gun.
kill
I
anything.
thought I didn't realize it was like a normal las gun. That's fine then.
Oh yeah, it's a normal las gun. Garrett, you're up.
Oh, I'm still shooting this tower. This thing's going down. Question though, on the it is plus 10 for aim and plus 10 for range, right?
Yes, but then minus 10 because it's full auto, which I forgot before. Didn't really matter when you're in space because you're all doing full auto.
Gotcha.
Yes.
So overall minus 10.
10 for aim, 10 for range, minus 10 for full auto, so just a plus 10.
47 on 60.
He is going to attempt to dodge. Not that he even has dodge.
Good luck.
No. So that would be 3 degrees success. Roll me 3 hits.
18, 17,
Oh,
29.
actually, that would only be 1 hit because you've got minus 20 because of the haywire field.
Oh,
Which
got
actually brings it down to
Okay.
40. That's no hits.
Oh, 47 on
47.
40. You're right.
The
You are
multi
right.
laser, it seems to catch a bit as you bring the turret round to aim, and you fire through, but it seems to be staccatoing a little bit, and your shots will go wide. Enoch, your void suit is
I've
up.
now finished putting on the void suit. Okay. Well, at that point, I pick up my hat, stick it on top of my helmet, grab my hammer. That's a half action, isn't it?
Yeah.
And can I wield another one for another half action?
Yep, so 2 half actions,
Okay,
you pick up
then
both
I-
your weapons.
Wield my hammer and my flail. And then I look around for my companions to see what they're doing. Are we ready to disembark?
I'm sitting on a bench smoking a low stick. I don't intend to leave the tank. They can't hurt us in here. We could take all day and just keep shooting at them, and they can never hurt us.
Well, to be fair, it does seem that this is one of the best places to be, but I suspect on their own ship, they're going to have a means of opening this, even if it's a can opener.
We go outside, they could just vent us into space instantaneously. Even the void suit's not going to help if you get sucked out into space.
At that, my mag boots turn on.
Your
Actually, no, they don't.
movement is reduced by 2 for your agility bonus now.
Okay. Do they
Ca-
even turn on, or do they not turn on?
they do turn on. It just removes the usefulness of them. They'd be
Okay.
iffy if it comes to testing them.
I seem a little bit surprised by how easily I can lift my feet. You may have a point.
Yeah,
I sit
they're
down.
fluctuating. Cassius.
I
my
just
hammer in my
continue
lap.
enjoying my low stick while at the same time
Put my
speaking
head down
ministrations.
Over the visor, so as if it's covering my eyes.
Is there like a little like hand console thing that I can talk into, just like a Vox Hailer, so I can just annoy everybody with my loud and obnoxious and raucous prayers to the Emperor?
You have a combead.
I mean,
No,
but
but
I
he
want
wants
it
to
to
do
come through I want it to come through a Hailer though. Maybe even
Oh.
to the outside people so that they have to listen to
Yeah,
it.
you've got a little
Exactly.
computer in the back, like that allows you to control the hunter killer missiles, but also you can control the outside Vox unit if you want.
Yeah, let's do
Get
that.
that loudspeaker going.
I command our enemies to stand down while at the same time calling down the holy fire of the throne.
At what
upon
point is
all
Flat
who
going to be
fail
treated
to lower their weapons and rethink their life decisions, because really this is poorly thought out. Either way, we're going to win. All is lost. Basically, I'm like the guy in Saving Private Ryan who just sits on the loudspeaker all day long, just taunting the American soldiers. Comrade von Dusseldorf, or whatever they called him. Just all day long, just talking about how the Statue of Liberty is kaput, but instead, it's everything that the Imperium hates.
Okay, make a...
I'm a morale officer from now on. From here forward, I'm a commissar.
Let's make an intimidate check against everybody outside.
For
How
the
well
people
is the
inside, would
speaker
it be a
working on
command
account
check?
of the haywire field?
Oh, do you want to buff the people
I don't-
inside, or are you trying to debuff the people outside?
Both in the same action. The prayer is against everyone that I'm
Okay,
against.
you've got two
and
half
for
actions, I'll
everybody
allow
that
it. So you
I'm
can have a
for.
command check, and you can have an intimidate check.
So with intimidate check, I use fate to automatically succeed with 5 degrees of success.
I will say, for the purposes then, that the nearest 5 people to you have a -10 on all of their actions, which includes the tech priest directly below you, the tech priest overseer nearby you, and several of the servitors, including a combat servitor, have -10s.
Just so that we're
Seems
on
a
the
little
same
lackluster.
page. Are you? Can't you use that fate after the roll? I'm fairly certain you can.
That's
Can
true.
you
I'm
not?
just gonna roll it
Because
first.
that would leave you with 2 fate. And it's not that I don't trust you to succeed. It's just, well, you know, I've seen your rolls for the last several games.
So
See?
what
So I
about that
got a-
fate then, Cassius?
3 on 50. A 3
Yeah.
on 50.
That's 6 degrees of success.
Yeah.
So the 6 nearest people, that affects a lot of the servitors, the tech priest directly below you. However, the servitors can't get debuffed because they are mind locked, but the tech priest and you still get -10s on the next rolls. Make the command check.
It's already
85,
made
I see.
85 on 50.
Yeah. Sadly, people inside still kind of a bit perturbed after you made them all attack each other.
This guy just keeps going on
Yep. Branda.
talking about the Imperium.
I don't
trying
have
to kill
enough
people
fingers
here.
to show my opinion of Cassius right now.
Sure you do. Got 10. You've also got 10 toes. Take one of your boots up. Do
It's
it full
not enough.
action.
It is
And
not
at some
enough.
point during the next fight with Khan or whoever else, he's gonna look up and be like, "Cassius, Melta," and I'll say, "No," and I'll take a long drag from my low stick, as
You're
the
just
thunder
gonna
hammer
walk-
comes down on your face and you just explode everywhere.
You're gonna walk over and join Khan against us, aren't you?
I'm kind of thinking about whatever spites Garrett the most at this point. Whatever like hurts Garrett the most.
This
Whatever
is the war
affects him
band that
further.
I have joined.
Yep.
And when he finds out
Brenda,
killed his
it's
family,
your
I'm just gonna
go.
bust out laughing.
Shuttle next to you, the engines start flickering to life. What do you want to do?
I'm going to aim and try and fire a missile at the tech priest because I don't like him. I'm struggling to breathe here, and it's his fault.
Okay, you are a -20
Oh.
for all actions, +10 for the aim, and +10 for
Doesn't
short
he-
range.
Isn't he accumulating fatigue?
No, because the lungs aren't off, they're just iffy.
Right.
Actually, I also need to take a half action to keep the ship in the air, so...
Oh, no aim. So +10 for single shot, +10 for short range, -20, so you're on a flat roll for ballistic skill.
Yeah, alright. I don't actually have the missiles on my sheet, so I guess I'll just do a ballistic skill roll.
Do a ballistic skill roll.
79 out of 46.
Okay. The missile flies directly past the observation tower, missing completely. It misses... How many degrees of failure is that? That's quite a few. Yeah, it misses the shuttle behind and slams into the blast door that's shut, keeping the void out. Roll me damage. The damage for a crack missile is...
You basically said anything that hits it will destroy. I'm hoping that did not account for blast doors. I hope that you were only saying that about people that have crack missile hits.
Oh, yeah,
Well, there's
no,
still the
blast
void
doors are
shield.
designed to do take a lot of punishment.
That's why I
If-
stayed in the ship, just in case. You never know.
If he blows up in the blast doors, and we can find a way to disable that atmospheric shield, we can just have everything in this base sucked out into space.
1d10 plus 8. It's also proven too, so any rolls of 1 count as a 2.
Right, 1d10 plus 8.
Sorry, 3d10.
And I forgot you have to do /roll.
3d10.
I am a dumb.
3d10.
Oh, 3d10.
3d10 plus 8.
I was going to say, my Thunderhammer cannot be better than a crack missile. That just sounds silly.
For God's sake. Why is it an
To be fair,
unrecognized command? What
Thunderhammers
do they
are
do?
pretty poorly designed in this edition. They're pretty hardcore, so it wouldn't surprise me.
It's supposed to be a space, isn't there? I haven't done this in ages. I set up macros so I could just roll stuff by pressing buttons.
And
30 damage.
30.
Nice. What's the pen on a crack?
Pen 8. So with that, it slams into the large steel door, and there is a sounding as it starts to reverberate. It leaves a big black smear with a little bit of molten slag in the center. Doesn't look like it's completely penetrated the door, though. Luckily.
The molten slag starts to slowly, like, suck outwards.
I'm imagining the void shield's still in place, otherwise that probably would happen.
I don't
Brenda,
think the
make an
wall is
operate
supposed
test
to be concave.
Plus 40.
Make a what test?
Operate test at plus 40.
Oh yeah, of course.
Because normally it'd be an operate test at plus 60 because it's a simple action, but minus 20, so...
Ooh, 89 out of 98. We're
Still
okay.
96 because there's always a certain fail margin there for 96 and above, but you just about... It teeters, but you keep it just about level. Combat servitors. 1, 2, 3... 4, 3 of them aiming. I have combat servitors around here somewhere.
Are servitors too dumb to realize the weapons they wield suck against something like this?
Definitely.
Yeah.
If they roll Righteous Fury,
just-
they will still do damage. They'll do 1 point.
How much HP does Sky Beast have?
A lot.
Well, originally it had 25. It's currently got 14 after that initial wave of shots we had at the start of the fight.
So they have to
Probably
they have to
okay.
roll 14 Righteous Furies.
Yeah.
It's
Okay.
going to take a while to kill them all.
So,
Oh my god,
That dude-
one of them
That
missed.
dude missed a giant spaceship.
so the first one hits with every single shot. That's the full rate of fire, which is 8. The second one gets 3 hits. The third one aims and then sprays. And obviously someone has like miscalibrated its targeting computer and it just sprays the roof with bullets. The third one hits with 3 degrees success. So that is a total of 14 rounds. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Sky Beast takes 2 points of damage as they manage to crit. They can't do the D5 because A, they're not heroes, and only heroes can do the D5 thing, and B, they can't get through the armor, so they do the default of 1 damage that gets past the armor just from knocking it hard enough. 2 of them manage to just about get past the armor, and certain like lines and cables are severed by incoming shrapnel, as Sky Beast rocks a little bit from the impact this time. That brings us down to Tech Priest Overseer.
This is the guy who's missing part of his chest and face, right?
Yeah.
Poor guy.
He's going to, again, try and do another tech use test for the Haywire Field. Yes, that is a 1d10, please. Can you, Branda?
Why was his target 5? What happened there?
Oh. That's odd.
He rolled a
did you get it?
91, yeah.
He rolled a 91. His tech use test should be... I rolled the servitor by mistake. Let me see. Tech use is a plus 20 on intelligence for a plus 10, so that's a 30. He actually fails.
Does that end the Haywire Field?
No, that means his next attempt at a Haywire Field fails. The other Tech Priest Overseer is going to attempt the same thing. And does. So, Brandon, can you roll me 1d10? With 22 on an 86.
7.
7. Dead zone. Technology within the affected area completely ceases to function. Power arm becomes unpowered, reducing the wearer's movement. Characters with cybernetic replacement to any internal organs suffer 1 level of fatigue each round. They remain in the dead zone. Melee weapons with technological components function as low-tech weapons of their type.
Someone in chat's saying that you can't stack haywire.
They're not stacking haywire. It's a different haywire field. It doesn't stack on top. It's another haywire field.
Okay.
And that affects the entirety of Skybeast. Skybeast.
Does it affect everybody underneath it too? Like, wouldn't that hurt the servitors and everything else?
Directly underneath you is a tech priest, and yes, it does affect that tech priest. That's why the tech priest hasn't had a chance to shoot you. But Skybeast stops working and drops. That tech priest, I'm not even going to roll damage on that tech priest. That tech priest is turned to paste.
So that's the Heretic tech priest, is it?
Yes, that tech priest there, inside of that vehicle, is crushed. The repair servitor is crushed. And Skybeast lurches downwards and impacts the ground. It wouldn't really go through Skybeast's armor. Skybeast's armor is tough enough that it can take a fall from 8 meters. I will say everyone inside should make a toughness test at plus 30. Or be stunned for 1 round, because it's a pretty heavy impact. Who's not locked in. Branda, you are locked in. Garrett, you're locked in. Neither of you need to take the test.
Oh, passed anyway.
Chat is angry with you, E.
63.
15 on
That was
70.
Fortunate.
So, yeah, you all pass. That's fine. Crashed into the ground,
roundabout?
and you're thrown a little bit, but you managed to retain grip. That makes it... Tech Priest, Heretic. The
I thought he
nearest
was dead.
shuttle is going to try and ram you.
Have we dropped out of the haywire field now that we've moved?
Yes, you would have. It was 5 meters above you.
EE, you said there was an overseer that attempted a haywire field and he failed, right? The one that rolled 91. You said there was another overseer that rolled the 22?
Here.
Where? That guy? Okay. Got it.
So, ram, blah, blah, blah. Make an operate test. The vehicle moves a number of meters equal to twice its technical speed. It must move at least its technical speed, so it can't do that. So instead, it's going to just move, and it's going to land on top of the turret. In an attempt to shut down Garrett's shots.
We've been pinned by a ship.
The other ship is going to move straight in front of you and block the heavy bolter. In addition, that one on top of you flies through the haywire field as well, and falls on top of Garrett's turret. I'm going to roll to see if it manages to crack Garrett's turret, because it is falling directly on top of you. Roll just
It
1d10.
probably will.
I mean, your turret is armored, so no, it hits it and blocks it, and your multi-laser gets collapsed to the ground, but it doesn't actually manage to break through the turret being very heavily armored. I believe there is no tech priest left around. Has you killed the one directly below you? So that brings us back to Garrett, and I think this is a good place to take a break, as Skybeast is now pinned in place by 2 shuttles, one of whom has gone straight through the haywire field. And our valiant acolytes are now trapped inside the shuttle. Only remaining way is the down to a very good roll from Branda or out the back. We'll be back in about 8 minutes. So feel free to go, take a pee break, go get yourself a cup of tea, whatever you fancy doing, and we'll see you then.
Roll save.
and welcome back to Roll4It Dark Heresy. I guess this is the Dark Heresy Civil War arc. Our intrepid acolytes have just flown directly into an enemy base, having flown directly into the docking bay, following a shuttle. With some fancy flying, they managed to get themselves into a bit of a firefight. Due to a couple of haywire fields, however, and Skybeast being caught in the middle of a bit of a crossfire, Skybeast has now got pinned to the ground by 2 shuttles. One quickly manned by a tech priest who decided to take things into his own hands. And we are in the middle of combat. We get to the top of the round. Garrett, you're up.
Oi! This thing landed on me. What the hell? I can't move the turret. I tried punching some commands into the turret, but it's stuck. It's not moving. I'm gonna try shooting.
Okay.
I don't care.
So you can't really point the turret up because it's pushing it down, but you could maybe shoot the one in front of you.
Oh, I'm shooting, yeah.
So make me a techies check, just to see if you can actually turn the turret. If you can turn the turret, then you can shoot the one in front, and it'll be a point-blank shot.
So tech use plus 20 because of the plug-in thing and the
combi,
tool?
yes.
Uh, 81 on 65.
The first half action, the turret refuses to respond. You can try it again with another half action to make the shot if you want. You have to make a tech use check again, though.
78 on 65.
Oh, again, the turret is starting to... You smell the sort of the stench of grease from the wheel bearings being vaporized.
I'm having a 6-year-old's back seat fit. I'm kicking the turret that my feet can reach, and I'm sort of like punching at the controls, even though nothing's responding.
I look at Enoch, and then I look up at him, and then I look at Enoch, and my eyes just sort of narrow. Also, I've got a piece of pizza. Nobody knows where the fuck it came from. Yeah, maybe it's like seat pizza. I don't know.
No. You
summoned it from the warp.
Seat pizza.
It's been down the back of that seat for like a month since you last used Skybeast.
Warp pizza.
Enoch.
Warp pizza sounds a lot more tasty than seat pizza.
I bet warp pizza is fucking amazing because they got to keep up all the heresy.
With the sudden lurch and then a boom as the Aquila lander effectively crashes. It's a very short distance though, and then another, a heavy whoomp as a shuttle thuds on top, and you kind of feel the Aquila lander kind of leaning to the side as the weight is slightly off center, and everything comes to a rest. But the Aquila lander is definitely and they're just braced, like thinking, oh my god, is this going to collapse in on us or something? But once it all seems settled, I look around, and then back to Cassius. Well, it seems we are soon going to have to get out and finish this the old-fashioned way. And I finally get back up, pick up both my weapons, and I move over to the door, where I'm just...
Does it work?
That's
This is
the end of it.
does the door work? What knocked us out of the air?
I shrug my shoulders and look to the cockpit.
Half action
I'm
to
just
open the
stood
door.
by the door. No.
Okay.
Because actually, I had both my weapons in my hand anyway. But no, so was I armed or was I unarmed when I was in the seat?
Oh, you've got both your weapons. Yeah, you picked them both up.
Okay. Then I'm holding my action at the door. If the door opens, I'll attack the first thing on the other side that I see.
Okay.
If it's
Imagine is there a button by the door that he could press to get out if he wanted to?
Yep.
I guess when it gets to my turn, it'll need to be my turn for me to press the door open button, I guess.
If you're going to open the door.
Okay. So that brings us down to Cassius.
I drop my pizza, free action. When it hits the ground, it goes poof into just like dust.
The pizza just hits the side of the seat and then just
list.
rolls back into the gap where it came from.
Never to be seen again. If
Yep.
you look inside the
Summoning warp
cushion, it won't
pizza
be
is
there.
one thing. Throwing it away is heresy. This is going on Enoch's list.
Well, some of us need snack time, Enoch. Some of us need snack time to kill the heretics.
Weakness.
And this flight has never provided peanuts or raisins or perhaps
So-
a pleasurable carbonated beverage.
Haven't been
flying,
peanuts or
getting shot
beverages. It's true. There isn't even a toilet on the Aquila lander.
There
There's
is.
a bucket in the corner.
There
I
is the
shit
toilet.
myself
It's
Right.
basically like a pull-out bucket. You are right, though. Yeah.
So, can I get to the door and open it?
Sure. So you basically, when you're inside a craft, provided we're not actually using the craft as a map, you are treated as able to move around in the craft as a half action. You can open the door as a half action from anywhere, and then you take another half action.
So Enoch's by the door. I stand behind Enoch and half action open the door, and that leaves me with another half action.
Yep.
If I use warp perception, will that give me any tangible benefit in combat?
I would say it would allow you to know about attacks that you would be otherwise unaware of. It would allow you to know about things maybe slightly before they happened in terms of if any other enemies are going to join the fight, etc. If people are going to open the blast doors themselves. The motors need to start spooling up to open such heavy objects, so you'd know probably a turn before anyone tried to do anything major in terms of major like machinery in here. You'd know a load of things. In terms of combat itself for rolls, wouldn't really add much.
Okay, then I'll avoid getting the perils. I'm just going to stay behind Enoch, and if he moves out... You can't hold a move, can you?
You can. It's an action, so...
Okay, I'll hold a move action to follow him as far as I can, even though I know it's not very far.
Okay.
Right, so as the door opens, is there anyone like outside near the door that's within reach of me hitting them?
So,
well, obviously there's a pizza delivery guy.
For the purposes of this, I'm just going to move this top shuttle away so we can see exactly where you are.
Yeah, that's fine. We can. We know that the shuttle's there.
That's why Binus felt the heresy. He delivered tech pizzas all of his life, served the Emperor nobly, and then he just didn't get a tip that last time and just...
That'll take that one time.
Mm-hmm. Tip your server! Just couldn't take it.
So this is roughly where you all are. There you go. You can't really see anyone from there. You know vaguely where they were. But you wouldn't be able to see anyone from directly as soon as the door opens and it goes...
I see it.
So that would lead us to Cassius. Cassius, you're holding your action to move with Enoch. Enoch hasn't moved. Cool. So, Branda.
Right, so you said that the ship in front moved to block the guns.
It's
So
effectively
wouldn't that
directly in
mean-
front of you. Yeah.
If I fired the guns, they would hit.
Oh, it's almost a guaranteed hit. Yeah.
I'll do that then. I'll do... Oh, I should probably... Is there any point in a name?
You might get more degrees of success or something, but up to you. I'd effectively treat it as a 95 roll anyway, so...
What's the action to get out of the thing we're stuck in? Would that be a full action to try and break free?
So, to go upwards, you've got a weight of another lander on top of you. Your VTOL engines are merely designed to get you and a normal amount of cargo up. You'd have a very hard time going up. Forwards, you've got engines designed to afterburn you into orbit and back. The downside, however, is we treat it as a ram action to an extent. So you take damage and they take damage. You've got more health, but it's up to you if you want to really take that risk.
I'll hold position and just fire with the heavy bolter.
Okay.
And I'll aim beforehand.
Sure, so it'll be a plus 30 for point blank, plus 30 for their massive size, plus 10 for aim, minus 10 for full auto, so you get the full plus 60, which is the max bonus you can ever get.
Alright. Target 106, rolled 59.
Okay, so that is a lot of degrees of success. I believe that the maximum you can get with a heavy bolter is, what, 6?
Yep.
So yeah, you get all 6 shots. Feel free to roll damage.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
I see a crit.
Yep.
So they have armor 22 on the front. However, the way your chin gun is kind of placed, it's kind of placed directly into the engine. So I'd say they have the normal 20 armor they have the rest of the craft. So anything over 18 will do damage. Which unfortunately is none of those rolls. However, you do 1 point of damage because you managed to get a crit with no penetrating damage, so that always counts as 1 damage. So you fire the heavy bolter. It seems to be stuck on their ceramic plates that they use for re-entry, which are quite tough, and it really chips just through the ceramic plates, rounds bouncing off and exploding, but they do take a point of damage because of that.
So what's the armor on their ship?
Oh, sorry, they're 5. So any roll of 16 or higher does damage. Yeah. So
Yeah, I was going to say
1,
that's
2, 3,
crazy.
4, 5. So yeah, sorry, you do 8 damage, and you get to roll a d5.
All right.
And it's hitting the turret, which becomes the forward weapon, but they don't have a weapon, so it becomes the cockpit, I'd say.
Got a 4.
4. Oh no, we'll go motive weapons. The vehicle's fuel or drive power systems have a glancing hit. The vehicle is no longer no danger of exploding, but coaxial speed falling at the engine is far more difficult now. Blah 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 blah. Basically, if they try and move a full move, they suffer. They're not moving, so effectively nothing happens from that. But they do take 8 points of damage. That brings us to servitors. All the servitors who are repair servitors are going to sit there because they don't know what to do in this situation. The combat servitors are going to unleash firepower against you. Find which one of the combat servitors.
No, I wasted it. I wasted it. It was such a good one, but my mic was off.
Oh no, what did you say? What did you say?
What Sky Beast? And then
Oh,
I was saying they
That
can't
is-
replace me.
Splat, that is never wasted. I mean, I can imagine you walking into like a public bathroom and just yell Sky Beast, and it would be fine.
I do that with my dog. Like my dog gets up in the morning, I'll be like, Winston! And he gets like so hyped that he almost like pisses himself. He's just like, ah, ah, and just runs around in circles. He's so excited.
Can we put Winston's face on the Sky Beast? That can be our
He's a bulldog.
what's it called? Our mascot.
Bulldogs are tough. Yeah, they'll make us look tougher.
Oh
Like
dear.
a bulldog with a cyber eye like augmentation thing.
4 degrees success. 6 degrees of success. 5 degrees success. And 6 degrees success. So 6, 6, 4, 5 is what I said, right? 16, 20, 21 hits. If they missed by any chance, by the way, they'd probably hit their own shuttles, but they didn't. So that brings us to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. 4 crits, though, so you take 4 points of
All
damage.
in a row.
All in a row.
That was weird and scary.
How much health is
We're
Sky
getting
Beast now
quite
on?
battered. We're on 8.
8 health left. Sky Beast is beginning to...
Another volley like that, and that'll be the end of
yeah. That brings us down to the Tech Priest Overseer. Okay. How far can a Tech Priest Overseer move? If a Tech Priest Overseer moves... How far? 18 meters is a run. However, they can charge there, but they can't see... I'd say he makes a charge. He ends up in front of Enoch, but he won't be deliberately charging Enoch. He'd be charging Skybeast, so he doesn't attack against Skybeast.
Oh, Enoch, you better get him.
Does that trigger my held action?
Your held action was to attack anyone who comes within range. Yes, it would. So you get to attack
Yeah.
your action after him.
Okay.
So part
Mama
of his
say he
charge...
knocks you out.
Oh my god.
Oh dear.
God.
So Skybeast is
Why?
a plus 40 to hit. He's doing a charge, which is plus 20. He hits. And he is going to roll damage. That does not do any damage to Skybeast, sadly.
Wop wop.
Enoch, your held action triggers. There is an enemy within range.
Okay, well, I'm wielding both my Flail of Chastisement and my Thunderhammer, the Thunderhammer in one hand. Just to confirm, we're outside of any haywire fields at this point, are we
Yes,
not?
but you only have a half action, so you can't attack with both. You have to attack with one.
Isn't it a standard attack action?
if you make an attack with, is it an attack?
Because I've got ambidextrous
point. Let me just double check
and
that.
2-weapon master.
I can't remember if they allow you to make
If
2
you've got-
attacks or.
Yeah, you can do them both in the same.
Yeah, I'll
half-action,
assume it's that
yeah.
for now. I'll assume it's that for now. So yeah, feel free to roll with your. Do you want to just go with the Thunderhammer first? 'Cause I
Yeah,
don't
we
think
are.
it's gonna survive.
Two-weapon wielder. Attacks with 2 weapons count as being part of the same half action.
There we go. So yeah, sure. Feel free to attack. You attacking with the flail first?
Yep, flail first.
Okay. Yes, it is a normal attack, single attack. So you're doing a +10. You've got 2-weapon mastery, haven't you?
Yep.
So it's
Yeah,
just a +10
I
to
have
hit.
no penalties to it, so +10. Of course, I was typed down in the wrong place.
So the rear of this shuttle opens up. Tech Priest runs along with this spear with a chain blade on the end that looks familiar to Cassius, and jams it into the side of Skybeast, but it kind of off the side as Skybeast's armor protects
Hey.
it.
I remember that. One of those was inside me once.
Enoch
I
seeing
always
this.
remember objects that were inside me. Very, very acute memory.
Once you have been inside another creature, it forms a bond for life.
Oh dear, oh dear.
that
Enoch
deep
seeing
love.
this, having been prepared for this, however, flings out with the flail, and a 41 would be a hit if I don't parry it. Let me try and do a parry. Fail parry. Okay, so you hit with the flail of chastisement. Barbed
Indeed.
wire with razors and other nasty-looking hooks scrape across the front of this tech priest.
By the will of the Emperor, your heresy ends here! I bellow as there's the flails. I'm trying to ensnare. I'm not simply trying to hurt him. The prongs just kind of wrap around. They start gouging because they've got barbed hooks and blades, and they're made to tangle. So that applies. Let's see. I'll roll the damage. There's no modifier on this, so just normal. Oh, wait, that was the hit. Sorry.
Yeah.
Where was that? Damn, there we go. 14 pen 2.
Do 14 pen 2.
Apparently, a flail can't be parried because it's a flexible weapon.
Oh, in which case that parry will count against your Thunderhammer, which failed
Won't be able
anyway.
to because he'd be crippled.
Well, he can. He
Possibly.
can try. It would parry and it would die, but he's failed the parry anyway. Just for future reference. So that does 14 pen 2 against his. It was a 41, right? So that's arm.
Don't you roll rending twice?
I
the
have
higher
it already
two
pre-calculated.
Yeah, it's already
Yeah.
keep rolling the right.
It's rolling
dice
2 die and
in
picking the
damage
highest.
roll.
Oh, okay, cool.
So that applies the crippling to snare to.
If you do damage and you do. He's got 10 armor in total and toughness once you've removed your pen, so you do 4 damage. So you did do damage, so he takes 4 damage, and then.
He's got to try and deal with that.
So crippling and snare. So crippling,
They're both at 2.
Yes, so crippling,
you want me to bring
he's got
them
to
up?
make a test for, and
I'll
snare's got to make a test for.
find the test if you want.
Are both of them toughness tests?
I will tell you in the moment.
I don't think crippling is. I think crippling is if he takes a more than a half action, he takes 2 points of damage, and I think snare is a toughness test.
Yeah, I'm looking for the part in the book about the weapon abilities. Where is that? Chapter 5 Armory, I think. Right, so crippling.
Crippling is you take a damage if you are taking more than a half action, but you only count as crippled
Yeah.
well in the snare quality of your weapon. Snare is agility test with a penalty equal to 10 times the number of parentheses or be immobilized. So he makes a agility check for -20.
Minus 20.
Oh, Tech Priest is so good at this.
Might get through.
A
Yeah, he
9
made
on
it.
an 11.
Oh.
He isn't snared.
With that, the little barbs and the hooks scrape down
They
his
just pull
arm,
out.
pulling off little bits of flesh and tearing through his Mechanicus robes, which has been patched and soiled in places, revealing a chromed arm. And obviously that is part of the reason they didn't manage to dig in.
Indeed. So following that, I also swing with my Thunder Hammer. Now this is only a one-handed this time, so it doesn't have the same damage.
And you aren't frenzied, so there's no +1 on top as well, but it's still a ridiculous weapon.
But isn't it a +10 because of it being the half action, as you said before?
Because it's a single attack, not a multi-attack.
Single attack.
Yes.
Ooh.
And 6 on a 58.
Yeah, that would be a hit.
Do we even really need to roll damage? Like, I mean, we're gonna do it anyways, but I mean, I think we can all agree that this guy is dead. Like, really dead.
Does anyone like Mechanicus Pade?
Fair bit of damage there, hopefully. No, fairly low. 13. Although I'll replace one of the dice with the success.
So yeah, you've got a 2. You can replace that with your 6 degrees of success. So that's +4. So that's 17, pen 10.
Okay.
He ignores due to toughness and his innate machineness. 7 points of that. He takes 10 points of damage. That exactly brings him to 0. As you bring the hammer down on him pretty happy that he didn't get caught in that flail, it just goes straight through his... What did you hit him? In the 0-6, so that would be the torso. You bring it straight down into his chest, and it just rips down through him. Sparks and wires and arteries all exposed, sending out a sort of a gout of liquid fluid that just is electrified and sparking.
Oh.
And he is removed from the battlefield.
Man, he's got Mechanicus blood all over my visor.
That brings us down to the other heretic, who is going to try and do a haywire field again on Skybeast. Now, Skybeast has moved. That is correct. I'm going to roll a 1d10 nice and quick. 6. So Skybeast at the -20 to use all of its little parts and so on. Veranda obviously at a -10. I will double check if that affects... yeah, Enoch, it does affect you. So as you kill this guy, the Thunder Hammer again sparks out and just normal hammer again. There are no tech priests other than the ones in the vessels. The vessel on top can't fire its weapon. So yeah, the vessel on top, you hear a clank. That brings us back to the top of the round. Garrett.
What was that sound? No one? Okay, I'm gonna try to shoot again. It's tech use, right?
Go for it, yep.
Come on, tech use. 31 on 65. Oh, yeah.
And with that, you managed to bring the turret around enough that it is vaguely pointing in the direction of the flyer in front of you.
Fire!
So you'll be a point-blank, full-auto weapon at a massive target. So you'll be at a... Do you want to aim?
I can't because I had to use that for the tech use.
Sure, yeah. So you're minus... It'll be a +15 total.
Okay, 53 target 100.
Yeah, that's every single one of your multi-laser attacks hit. I think it's multi-laser is full auto 5, right?
5, yeah.
Yeah, so all 5.
And I will replace that 1 with a 5, so that goes to 23. No, 22. 22 instead of 17. So 28,
yes.
22, 20, 24, 22.
So it's 22 armor, but reduced by pen 2. So anything above a 20 does damage. So you do 4 points of damage, 1 point of damage, and 2 points of damage. So you do 7 points of damage in total as a multi-laser fire rips into the top of the shuttle in front of you.
No, you said it. If it has 20 armor and pen 2, right?
22 armor.
Then yes. So 20 armor after that.
Yep.
Okay, so the first shot does 8 damage.
I missed the first shot, sorry. The first shot does 8 damage, yeah.
Okay.
So 8, 1, 4, and 2.
Okay.
That's 15 in total, and the one in front of you explodes.
Oh no. I was gonna say, we may want to think about the wisdom involved in shooting something that's parked on top of Brander's face until it explodes. He's already lost so many body parts for the Emperor. He doesn't have many more left to lose.
We have 2 spare legs in the back of Skybeast. He's fine.
That's true. Did Junker or any of those guys have any cyberware? What's going on with those guys?
The
How
tech
weared
priests
out
do.
were they?
Yeah, tech priest. Do you really want to be attaching heretical technology to yourself?
I'm just saying, did
well-
Junker
No,
have the other
he's talking about the
Arbites?
Arbites.
Purify it or something.
Yeah, did the Arbites have anything good on them? We should definitely have our little tech robot chop them up and see what they can. We might get some wireless. We might get some like reflexes or something out of it. You never know.
A short, sharp explosion flies outward from the vehicle. Armor panels fall off, weapons are blasted free, and the vehicle's drive mechanisms are ruined, causing it to stop dead. The vehicle is now shattered hull suffers the vehicle destroyed condition. Roll 1d10 for each weapon on the vehicle, and as a roll of 5 or lower, the vehicle is destroyed. Each character inside the vehicle suffers explosive damage to a random turn hit location, must make a toughness test to become stunned, and it automatically
What about
crashes.
outside? What about outside?
No explosion effect outside.
Really?
No.
I guess it's an implosion.
However, Skybeast does take 1 point of damage. Just because of the crit. And the Tech Priest inside... to front, there we go. Takes...
You said you had to roll for each weapon, didn't it?
Yeah, the weapon... That one doesn't have a weapon.
Oh, right, yeah.
He takes 7 points of damage.
Splat.
What?
Why did you write bad at parking?
Because he is, man. He's the worst at parking.
that
I bet it's
brings
his shirt
us-
brings
Drawing
him
all over the
fuck.
map. And labeling bad guys.
So sorry,
I
whose
didn't
next turn
see
was that?
anything
Who did we
with
just
that.
finish? It was the...
That was Garrett.
That was Garrett. Okay, so that brings us to Enoch.
Okay.
Please remove this hulking piece of metal from the front of Skybeast.
Given the amount
No.
of firepower that has been laid down in the last couple of turns, Enoch basically with the tech piece in front just falling away dead. I crouched down, keeping the side of the off ramp, the actual the frame of the aperture as cover. I turn back to Cassius and then looking past, shout back to Branda, "Is it clear for us to go outside? How many remain?"
Can I make a quick count, or is there a ship in the way?
You would know how many there were before the ship was there.
We killed the ship, so it's not there anymore.
The Hulk
gone.
is still
About
there.
10 then?
Oh, it's gone.
I shout back, about 10. Servitors mostly. And the leader.
Oh yeah, that
Looking
got killed
to-
when you crushed it.
Looking to Cassius, I think running outside would be suicide while there are that many with long-range weapons. If we can lure them here, then we can cut them down one at a time, or even if they rush, it would still be better than walking out there and letting them pepper us with bullets or lasgun fire, whatever it is they're shooting at us.
No argument from me.
And I hold my action to attack anyone who comes in range.
Okay. Cassius?
Is there enough room for me to peek from where I'm at and like get
Uh,
a handout and fire a spell?
Not this side, because Enoch is taking the cover this side. You could go to the other side, and you could shoot the repair servitor who's behind the craft on that side.
Could I get him behind those crates right there?
Yeah, sure. How much is your movement? Yeah, you could...
It's 20. It's 25, so like 3 meters basically. On
2
a
meters
walk.
if it's 25.
Yeah.
You could get behind the crates, because you can go diagonally, and you can end up there if you want 2 meters. Which is cover.
Okay. I suppose coming around the outside of the ship and crouching behind the crates, I see the combat servitor. I'm gonna go ahead and cast a 3-psi melt a blast at him.
Ooh.
So I get the 20. Yeah.
Whoa.
That would
68
be
on 70.
a hit.
Okay. So with 68 on 70, it's going to be rolling the...
That's a leg, so that hits the rating first, but the rating isn't particularly thick, especially against a melter beam.
Yeah. So that's going to be 22 pen 6.
Oh, wow.
Okay, so the 6 ignores all but 2 points of armor. And then that's 20 left over. Yeah, that goes through and that destroys the servitor. So you look around the edge of this crate, see a servitor blasting at Skybeast, and focusing power through your hand, you launch a molten projectile forwards. It just cuts straight through the railing and in and severs the servitor at the leg, and it collapses, gun still firing. That servitor is gone.
Can I ask
Well
what
done.
a melta beam looks like when someone just summons it out of the warp?
It's like a Kamehameha. I mean, it's basically like a really thick, fiery laser beam. That's all. It's like a beam that you just hold on something. Like, zzz.
Yeah, so it's like slightly yellowish heat haze that just melts everything in its path.
Have you
Usually
ever
it's used for
played Supreme
anti-tank.
Commander, Shen?
Never heard of it.
Okay, never mind.
Brander, you're up.
Okay, so actually one question. How come there was a tech priest inside that shuttle that was very thoroughly checked and found to not have a tech priest in it?
Oh, sorry, the one in front. Sorry, I had the wrong shuttle there. That was the shuttle that was in front of you. That tech priest shouldn't be there, sorry. That tech priest is... No, that was a servitor. And the servitor can't escape, so the servitor is dead. I was thinking it was the other
Okay.
shuttle.
Is it still blocking my shots? Because it's
Oh, yeah,
only
definitely. It's
just...
still a Hulk.
Can I, like, push it? Could I just, like, fire the afterburners and ram it forwards?
Sure. You might take a little bit of damage from just impact stress, but it wouldn't be very much if you just push gently. It'll take a full action.
It's dead. Imagine you're like pushing into a cardboard box. You'll be fine.
Also, if I fire the afterburners, will I incinerate Enoch?
I'm inside it.
You might
Depending
hurt
on how it
Cassius.
goes.
Enoch, he'd lose his footing depending on a test, and might end up falling out the back since he's right on the edge behind the. It's up to you.
'Cause I'd like to ram it, but I'd also like all my
Put it this
friends
way,
to
Cassius
stay
is
alive
within
here.
1 meter of your afterburner, and Enoch would be directly behind it if he fails the test.
Would I
it
be able
possible-
to use foreboding to like dodge out of the way of that, seeing it happening? Because
As per usual, you can always use foreboding. Yeah.
Would it
Yay!
be possible to just announce to the team that you're gonna do that so that they can get in the ship, or you can hold your action until they're safely out of the way or something?
Yeah, I guess so. If I call out now, then in the coming turn they'll be able to.
Yeah, so free action you can tell
Plan
them
for
to
that.
either move away from the engines or take hold, and then next turn you could do it.
All right, I call back. I'm gonna fire the engines. Get out of their way, and can I try shooting the remains of this to see if it'll like
Sure.
blow up some more? I'm worried it's gonna blow up and kill me too or something.
I bet there's fuel on it that could blow up.
So as per usual, you get like the full plus 60 for this ridiculous test.
All right. Damn it.
That is most definitely
That's
a hit with every
many.
single shot.
9 degrees of success. I'll take that. 1, 2,
Ooh.
4, 5,
Right.
Righteous Theory everywhere!
4 crits out of the
Right.
6
Yay!
shots.
I sense that Bentham is going to be really, really good at Shadowrun.
Admittedly, the
A game
tearing
that only
is a
matters if you
factor.
roll the
I
most.
essentially rolled 12 dice, but that is
Okay.
still a higher rate than you would normally
Because
get.
that is ridiculous, I'll give you the crit, because effectively you've killed it, so the next one will be a higher level of killed it. And because you've got 4 crits, I'll say, because you've effectively got to 10 on the table, you get 10 on every table. So for the first one, weapon critical hit effect. That becomes hull, because it has no weapon, so you get hull twice. Motive system. The hit smashes the vehicle's drive shaft or sends a surge for its power systems. The vehicle immediately lurches forwards before flipping over completely. It rams you. Do.
Even though it has no motive systems anymore.
Well, the explosion can lurch it forwards, I guess. Otherwise, it would just become hull again.
Would it not be backwards just because it's the bit that's facing me that's blown up? Because it sounds like that's for when you're shooting it from behind.
Well, to be fair, the bullets you are firing will penetrate the hull and then explode wherever they stop, so they can explode at the back of the craft, especially since you've shredded the front armor. Yes, it just lurches forwards. Nothing else. Hull. Critical hit effect. The vehicle is destroyed and cannot be repaired. Well, duh. Any character inside suffers a ridiculous amount of damage. Anyone within 2d10 meters of the vehicle suffers 1d10 plus 6 explosive damage from the blast. If the vehicle is open to a bike trait, blah, 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 blah. Anyone suffers this test. Right, so...
That's going to kill these servitors.
Roll 2d10. 9. So it doesn't quite reach Enoch.
That was close.
It reaches all those servitors except for the one up next to the thing. It does reach
Brilliant.
Garrett and Branda, but you're inside Skybeast, so the hit will be against Skybeast.
Brilliant. How much damage?
1d10 plus 6. So I'm going to roll this for Skybeast. It can only hit on a crit. Skybeast takes a point of damage, because it does crit.
That's so many
We're
crits.
running
today.
out here. We're on 6 now.
I'm not sure it's
And-
gonna fly when we need to get out of here. Then again, we're probably not leaving anyways.
All the servitors are unaffected. That happens again, because it was 2 hull hits. 8. So
Oh,
again,
my
it
goodness.
doesn't affect Enoch. It does affect the 2 nearest servitors, however, and Skybeast. So Skybeast first. Doesn't affect Skybeast. And it kills one of the servitors outright as it is blasted apart by the
Goodbye,
detonation.
servitor.
The other
Goodbye,
servitor
servitor.
takes 5 points of damage. And then there was a turret critical hit, which again becomes hull because it doesn't have a turret.
Just
So
as pointed
how-
out, you need to roll damage against the ship on top of Skybeast.
I will do that in a second then. 18 meters. This time it does affect Enoch and it affects Cassius. And it affects the repair servitors. It also affects the heretic tech priest overseer. It affects every servitor on the map.
By the way, how is the explosion affecting Enoch? Out of curiosity.
Because you're counted as open topped and you're right around the back, the explosion flows forwards.
I've not left the Aquila lander though.
Yeah, he said
I
he
was
was
always
still on the
inside.
ramp.
I was behind the on ramp.
Let me see how many.
Like I literally
doesn't
said
have a
I
line of
am
sight.
using
Yeah.
the walls of the on ramp because I imagine the on ramp goes down like that, which means I'm here.
Yeah. Okay. In which
behind
case,
all-
In which case, you're fine. I'll just move you so you're actually in the hull then. Wait a sec, because that's technically the engine, so you'd be there. So Cassius, I'm gonna do damage for you. 7. That doesn't even affect you, does it?
Ah, goodness.
Not at all.
Skybeast doesn't affect Skybeast. Repair Servitor doesn't affect. Repair Servitor takes an extra 3 points of damage.
If it gets Righteous Fury, does it kill the Mook?
Yes. Repair Servitor takes 1 point of damage. Tech Priest Overseer doesn't do any damage. 3 points of damage. 2 points of damage. 5 points of damage. So that's 1, 3, 2, 5. 1, 3, 2, 5. And the ship in front is so ridiculously blasted that it will break apart. I'll do damage against the shuttle above you very quickly. No damage taken. And then the shuttle in front of you does 1 ram... Yeah, you're sort of right about the ram being a bit weird, especially since its engine's blown out. We'll just do another, since we've got this on a roll, another detonation. 10 meters.
How many times could this thing explode?
That
There's a
does
lot of
affect
different bits of it to
Cassius.
explode.
So Cassius,
It's
damage
just like
against you
they
is 7, doesn't do any effect against you. Skybeast 7 doesn't affect Skybeast. Shuttle above doesn't have any effect. This servitor is
It's like
getting
we signed
owned.
a temporary deal with the Red Barrel Company, so we had to place red barrels all over the map so they can all blow up.
I'll say that because I'm behind red crates. Well, kind of orangish crates.
1, 2, 3, 4. So that's 2 and 1. Actually, they're out of range because it's 10 meters. So yeah, and with that, it is so utterly and thoroughly blown apart by your shots that there is nothing larger than about a cubic meter remaining. It no longer counts as any real type of cover for anyone. Combat servitors.
Hooray.
The 3 of them that can now see Skybeast quite easily all open up. With an aim action as well.
Thank goodness that ain't at the Sky Beast.
That was not a chain axe.
Maybe they hurled the chain axe.
It's actually
Just
attached to
bounces
them.
off
They can't
the-
hurl it.
Maybe it too is an Eldritch Knight.
Okay, so that's 4, 4, and 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. All the bullets ping off around Brander. Your cockpit is getting definitely scratched now.
Our paint job! No!
And
not too bad, we're
I forgot
still
to
on
check for
6
the
health.
shuttle on top of you. Doesn't take any damage. Tech Priest Overseer. What does that Tech Priest Overseer have? His last Mechadendra is going to take a shot before his turn. So you are super large. He rolled a 98. And he's got it on full setting, so it's unreliable. So in fact jams.
It doesn't blow up?
No. He, however, does fix it with his technical knock. And then he fires his Hell Pistol at you.
Can he make 2 attacks in the same turn?
That was a reaction, so it wasn't in his turn. It was just before his turn. And that is a hit with the Hell Pistol. Rolling damage with the Hell Pistol. Doesn't affect Skybeast because Skybeast is too tanky. That brings us back to Garrett.
Fire the lasers!
You can hit 1 repair servitor because you're being crushed by the thing above.
I want a tech use to turn it. Can I do that?
Sure. You can hit any of the 3 tech priests around you if you turn it.
Make the robot help you.
But you can't
Hey,
inclinate
robot,
it.
help me.
Come on, tech use. 33 on 55.
Yes!
Okay, which of the repair servitors nearby would you like to shoot?
Oh, I can only hit the repair servitors?
You can't inclinate
shoot
it, and the
the-
ones up there are on a raised gantry. They're above Skybeast.
Oh.
Finally-
Okay,
Oh.
which one has not taken damage yet? Can you ping one?
Let me have a quick look for you. That one's taken no damage. This one's taken 10, and so the one in front of you is taking damage. The other 2 are not damaged at all.
Okay, I'll shoot the one on the far right then.
Okay, next to the little gas tanks. Oh,
No,
oh,
this
the right of Skybeast. Yeah, sure. Okay, in which case, go for it. It will be close range, so you'll have plus 10, minus 10, plus... So you should be at a flat ballistic skill, I think.
Flat roll. Yeah.
Yeah.
Come on, flat roll. 76 on
Ollie ain't
50.
taking none of your shit, Splat.
Poop.
Las Cannon Fire blasts off of its cover. Unfortunately, no hit. Enoch.
They're like ants. They're ants.
At this point, how far out from Skybeast is Cassius right now?
Very
like
close.
2 meters.
Oh, you're still effectively using Skybeast as cover, are you?
No, he's using.
Well,
crate.
I mean, the main body
Okay.
part's laying on the ground, but I'm behind the crates for the people on the right side of the map, I assumed.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Well, what is this shuttle to the left? Like, what is its dimensions on the floor that can be used as cover?
On the left,
Yeah, to the left.
it
of
is on
Sky-
the floor. But its dimensions are its dimensions on the map.
Okay, so that is literally its footprint on the floor.
Yeah.
Okay. Because I wasn't sure if like parts were under wings and things like that. Okay.
No.
So, and basically everything I see there, it would offer cover.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay. Well,
The wings are pretty
given
flat,
that,
so
then-
they'd only offer cover for your legs. But you could crouch down, I guess, to an extent.
Yeah. Alright, I'm just checking my move. I need to measure this. It's 7 meters. Okay. I turn and I'm about to disembark, and I shout back, "Shoot whatever will explode. Stop trying to pick them off one by one. We need to do this faster." And I immediately I full run. And I'm just moving this a little bit more. I'm assuming this is like a vertical tail section, judging
At the
by
back.
this. Yeah.
You're currently underneath a crane right now. You mean the back is a vertical tail section?
Yeah,
to an
yeah,
extent, it's not.
yeah.
It doesn't really go up and away from the ground. It's kind of a big, large object that goes down backwards directly. It's probably about
Is there nothing on
1.6
this
meters
thing
high.
that would shield a man completely? If he was stuck
You
behind
could
it?
crouch behind that and you'd be shielded completely.
Okay, well, I'll stand there and I'll shield myself then. And that was my that was a run.
Yeah. So it's minus 20 ballistic field to hit you anyway from a run. Cassius, you're up.
I am going to. I think I'm gonna. Let's see here.
Oh, so, I think a spider just vomited green web all over the map.
So with this, tell me about this train, like right here. Is that like
That's-
tall? It looks like a little choo-choo. Like what is
Yeah, it's
that?
about like a foot and a half tall, just a bit over a foot and a half tall. The land is kind of on top of it at one angle there, so it kind of how do you shoot around that to an extent, but you could.
Okay. I'm going to.
Or you can climb up on Skybeast's wing and like shoot from there.
I think we
That'd be
both
so
know that's never
badass.
gonna happen.
That'd be so badass. You gotta try it now.
You
My
could
I have
push the
literally just
shuttle.
warned him that I'm moving the ship.
Yeah, let's not do that.
You could push the shuttle off Sky Beast. That'd be nice.
So if I moved my 2 meters away, am I free of the booster right there?
Yeah, you wouldn't be affected by any booster from the back, no.
Okay, so I'm gonna step to right there, and I'm gonna do the same thing I did to the last servitor, and then into my micro bead, I'm gonna say, "Time for disembarkation. We got a job to do." So with a rating 3, actually, where did Enoch go?
I ran to the left, and I'm currently taking cover behind
Oh,
one of the
goody.
other shuttles.
Rating 3 with sorcery then.
Okay. Bear in mind that Skybeast is kind of covering effectively like the servitor's legs and a little bit of his torso. But you should be able to still hit most of it.
Okay.
76, so that is the leg.
67. Oh, 76.
76 for
that's
location.
right.
So yeah, feel free to roll damage.
Okay, let's roll some damage.
You see, me being far away from Cassius works to both of our benefit. Cassius doesn't have to worry about not using the sorceries because I'm not there to see it, and I don't have to worry about being, I don't know, made to kill my friends because he flubs a roll.
I think friend is a rough term, but you're
So,
better than
Okay,
Garrett, so I'll
made
take
to
it.
kill my allies.
20 pen 6.
So that clips through Skybeast's wing to hit the servitor. Only just clips through the wing, but that will take some damage off of Skybeast to be able to get through. Not like it's hitting the main body or anything.
Wasn't me. Nobody saw it.
So I would say that instead of Skybeast being hit directly, I wouldn't go through the main armor of Skybeast, but it wouldn't do that much damage. I'd say hand flubbing it so it just doesn't count as hitting Skybeast directly on the midsection. Skybeast would take 2 points of damage, but it would take 7 points of damage off your roll, because Skybeast would have 5 armor in that location. And then it passes through and hits the servitor, which just kills the servitor outright.
Does that put Sky Beast on 4 points of damage?
Skybeast isn't
So
looking
how-
real healthy right now. It wasn't my fault, though.
So
It
what
was
hit
already
did,
broken when
did
it got here.
Skybeast take?
2
Two.
points of damage.
Because it does have were you saying that the wings have less armor or something?
Put it this way. If I count it as the normal rules, that does 10 points of damage to Skybeast. So I'm
Fair
counting it
enough.
as the wings aren't vital systems, so it can do less damage to them, and they're thinner. In addition, they also have less armor. So it'll only do 2 points of damage, and it'll just clip through the end of the wing.
With my other action, I turn on my Rosarius.
You've moved a half action. That was a half action cast, so you don't have an action left.
Oh, okay. It's free action.
It's a free
I
action.
think. Yeah.
Okay, in which case, yeah, you turn on the Rosarius, you begin to glow ever so slightly. The Servitor here is very dead.
Die!
However, Brandy, you become aware that the stabilizer in one of the wing in the VTOL section has gone offline, and there's a small smoking little divot of melted metal in the wing.
I micro-B. These servitors are mean!
Brandy, you're up.
So does it now feel like if I tried to fly, it wouldn't work?
No, you're still fine. It's just flavor.
All right, so how would it be like a half action or a full action to try and like fire the afterburners and break free of the shuttle on top of me?
It'd be a normal move action. So it would be a half action or an action depending on how much force you want to put behind it.
Drag the Sky Beast across the floor straight over that tech piece. Do it.
Well,
I mean,
I
that
was
tech
thinking
priest
is-
isn't on the
is,
floor.
like-
That tech priest is in the raised sort of gantry area, but you could try and fly directly into it and ram it.
Well,
Do
so is the
it.
gantry held up by like any pillars or anything that I could say
There are a
knock
couple of
out
pillars,
as I'm
but it
flying
looks like
underneath?
they're minor. It looks like most of the force is held in the gantry itself.
Do it.
Okay. I could just start by firing at him, then try breaking free. That was my thinking.
The gun is technically under the chin, and at this range, you can't really bring the gun up that high because it's mounted underneath the chin on the Sky Beast.
All right, in that case, I'll use a half action to blast forward, try and break free, and also try and like pull up with it if I can, like fire the VTOL at the same time.
Are you planning to
See
ram
if
the
I can
tower?
get-
Because that would be a full action ram.
No, just break free and get myself at an angle where I can fire at the tower.
Okay, sure. Make a. You are still in the haywire field at -20, so make a operate check at -20.
Was the haywire? Oh yeah, has it only been one turn since that was done?
Let me double check.
So we need to be a few turns before it
You'd be at
stops being that
-10.
effect.
You'd be at -10.
All right. Okay, operate at -10. 12 out of
Nice.
48.
And with
Very
that,
nice.
you manage to boost forwards and then pull up. You decide to pull up so you're not hitting that servitor of the wing there. And you are now free and very, very close.
All right, I'm going to open fire on the tech priest if I can.
Okay, that'll be a point blank shot, so you've got a +30. -10 because full auto, so you're on a +20 there.
Right. 44 out of
Nice.
66, 3 hits.
Nice.
Roll damage.
1, 2, 3. And I can
Okay.
replace the 10 damage. I can make it 11.
You can do more than that, right? You had 3
11.
degrees success.
And it's a 2.
No, it's a 1.
It's a 2.
Oh, it's tearing, so it's only
Yeah.
counting the highest.
Oh, I gotcha. Thank you.
So you've got a pen 5, right?
Yep.
Drop the hammer.
Okay. What do I hit him? What's a 44?
Torso, but then you've got 2 extra shots that can hit him, frankly, wherever you want for flavor.
Alright, well, the first one blasts him in the torso and explodes and showers gore and such everywhere. Second goes into, like, just below the neck, and the third goes into the face. And just sort of mostly detonates it. A bit of the back is left. And he goes flying over backwards.
One of the little red cybernetic eyes bounces off the nose of Skybeast, and he is very dead.
Aw.
Do the rest of the servitors like power down now that he's gone? Like were they slave to him or anything?
The rest of the servitors, they aren't slave to him directly, I'm afraid. But they are not going to act any more clever now. So that is... I don't need his sheet anymore. I don't need his
Oh, shit,
sheet
did I-
anymore.
Did I fall out the back of the Sky Beast?
Oh, crap.
You went too fast, Printer.
was a hole in the dome, and you just flew out the back as we fired. You're hanging off the bottom of the shuttle.
Oh yeah, what happened to the shuttle that was on top of Skybeast? Did it fall down, or is it just
It was
hovering
just slid down the back.
Okay.
So that's 2 misses on the heavy stubbers. One of them hit with 5 degrees of success. Wrong one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No points of damage there.
Whew.
Garrett, your turret is now free to do whatever you want.
Oh boy, I want to strafe the gantry here from the right side all the way over to the edge. So from this dude all the way over to this dude.
You can only hit 2 next to each other. That dude's too far away for you to hit at this range.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll hit the 2 that I can hit.
Okay.
So with aim, it should be plus 30 because it's close range.
So
wait, it's a small target as well, right?
it's a normal target, and you are close range, so you've got plus 10, full auto minus 10, aim plus 10, so you've got just a plus 10 in general.
Gotcha.
And no, Cash is
that
not
was so
crushed
close.
below a falling shuttle, sadly. Cash is just a couple of meters to the side.
97 on
Sadly.
60. Does that jam?
Multi-laser is reliable, I believe.
I didn't write down anything special for it.
Let me double check then.
I should be able to see
Multi-laser
this.
is reliable, it does not jam. You are, it begins to overheat, but it's reliable enough that it just means that this turn it doesn't really do much damage.
You know, in about 2 weeks, I might run out of ammo.
Enoch.
Okay. Right. Well, a lot of things have changed.
All the repair
However-
servitors, by the way, now appear like they are unable to really do anything. It looks they
Okay.
start just turning around on the spot. Without
Could
being
you
told to
mark
do it, it's not
which
beyond
ones are
their
the
programming.
repair servitors and which ones are the
They say repair servitor underneath.
Well, I'm so zoomed out in order to see the whole map. Give me
The
just
only
a second
three you need to
have a
worry
look.
about are combat servitors here, here,
So they're all the ones on the gantry then.
and over here.
Okay. Yeah, I see them. Right. Could you tell me? Let me just move my screen around. There's a little icon right here. What is this?
That
Looks
is
like
a
a barrel
fuel
of
tank.
some sort.
Some sort of pressurized container. You don't know what it contains, but it's a pressurized container of some sort.
That is not good. Are there any other ways up onto the tower other than going up the... Oh, wait. Is this like a ladder, this area here,
It's stairs.
that goes down
And,
to the ground? Okay,
yes, so the
that's
top
good.
end of it with the light is the ground level that you're on. I used a light to indicate ground level.
Okay, so that's 12. It's 19. What is my charge? Please tell me it is enough.
That said, you also have
Is
a shuttle
not.
behind you.
So if I move up there, move down there. Okay, I'm going to move Enoch again. Running doesn't incur fatigue, does it? Only if you sprint.
No, only
You
through
like
many
to sprint
rounds. Yeah,
six
yeah.
consecutive turns. Right, I'm going to move to the foot of the stairs. From there, am I visible to anyone at this point?
How far did you move to get there?
I moved 5 and then 7, so
So you're doing a
12.
run. Or are you doing a full move or a run action to get there?
I'm doing a run because my
Okay.
my full move
Yeah,
is
you
in.
wouldn't really be... You'd be visible to repair servitor, but you wouldn't be visible to the combat servitor. It's not really got an angle on you there.
Okay. I'm going to stay there then for this turn, with the plan that on my next turn I'm going to be able to charge the servitors from that position.
Sure.
Assuming they don't move, but
Cassius.
at least I'm not going to expose myself to unnecessary amounts
Yeah.
of damage while it's trying to get there.
Okay, so from where Sky Beast is at right now, is he flying or is he back on the ground?
He's about half a meter off the ground. He's got his VTOL working, so instead of crashing to the ground, he's now kind of just hovering there a little bit.
So do I have a chance, if I fire at the repair servitor, do I have a chance of hitting Sky Beast, I guess is what I'm asking.
You could crouch down and hit the repair servitor. There'd be no chance hitting Skybeast if you just crouch and fire under the ship at the back.
Okay, because you said the little choo-choo train right there was like a foot or something off the ground. Would that block me if I crouch? Because that seems like that would occupy the lower part of my vision, and the ship
which
would
repair
occupy
servitor?
the
Oh, the
upper
one at the
part.
front.
This one right here.
I thought you were shooting the other one. Yeah, you could feasibly hit that one without too much bother. If you move a little bit to the side, you could hit it without even hitting the choo-choo train thing.
Okay. Is Enoch facing away from me? That's all that I'm concerned about right now.
Yeah, Enoch just ran away from you. He's not even looking in your direction.
Okay, I'm gonna do a. Let's mix it up a little bit. Maybe we'll mix it up a little bit. Although, there's always something to be said about sticking with what's been working. I mean, inevitably, though, I'm gonna hit that big, nasty. We'll do something different. I'm gonna go with Smite this time around.
Okay.
And in the case of Smite, I guess I'm gonna do it at. Let's call it Psi rating 4, but with sorcery and also my focus, that'll stick me like a +20.
Okay. Repair Servitor is also a +30 to hit, so I would say that still hits. Because the Repair Servitor now counts as stunned.
The one that's right there?
Yeah, Repair Servitors count as stunned because they're no longer following actions. So
okay,
that would
so
still
that's
be
4
hit.
degrees of success.
Mm-hmm.
Which means that it's 2 hits. I was hoping for a little bit more, but that's all right. This probably might not even get through his armor. Smite actually kind of loses a lot of its sexiness by comparison to... Let me adjust my formula real fast. And so the first hit... I'm sorry, I rolled the wrong thing. First hit... 13 energy damage, pen 4.
Just roll all the damage against him. Pretty sure this is just going to murder him.
11 pen 4. Those are actually pretty good rolls for that. Normally they're a lot worse. Cool.
And you got 4 degrees of success, didn't you? Or did you...
Yes, 4 degrees of success.
It's similar, yeah. And with that, this servitor, who's already been pretty badly damaged and scalded by the explosion, is just wiped out. He is electrocuted and bits of his circuitry and mechanics just explode. One of the arms just pings off, just getting across the grating nearby. Miranda!
So, the shuttle behind me, is that armed?
Yes.
Make an intelligence check.
Didn't we already know that, though?
Yeah, I told you previously. You may have forgotten
really?
during the battle, though. If you've forgotten, your character may have forgotten during the battle.
My assumption was that it did have weapons, so... Well, I guess I'll make the
This is so
intelligence
harsh.
check to either confirm it. Is this flat?
I mean, one of
Is
your
it a
allies,
flat
if one of
test?
your allies knows, they can tell it's a free action or a reaction.
This
You
isn't
gonna
taking
ask?
me in action, is it?
This
Is
one,
this
no,
taking
this
me
will
in
be just to see if you remember.
I'm going to assume either way that... Yeah, I'm just going to assume it has weapons.
Okay.
So I'm going to try and fly above it and back so that I'm, like, on top of it, basically.
You are longer than it. You can't actually get behind it. You can get above it.
So I meant just fly back so that I'm over it like that.
Okay.
So would that be a half action or?
That'd be a half action to move behind it like that. Oh, sorry, above it.
Can
I'll
we
do
sit on
that.
it like it's not on us?
Can I just land on it?
Sure.
See how you like it. And then seeing as I'm-
Because it is active and you are active, that would be an opposed operate test. Aquila Lander gets +15, so bear that in mind. I rolled a 98, which is actually 108.
I rolled a 76 out of 73.
So we both fail, so you haven't succeeded. So you fail to actually effectively impose yourself. You would need a success. But you are now above it, so you're kind of blocking it anyway.
And I'll fire some more at the gantry. Now at the 2 servitors there.
Okay.
So it's +20, isn't it, overall?
You are firing a heavy bolter at close range, so +10, -10, because it is a full auto weapon, so it's just a flat ballistic skill check.
Ooh, I get a 4 out of 46.
Wow.
Roll your damage. I'm pretty sure this
I
kills
guess
that servitor.
I'll allocate combat repair, combat, and so on and so forth.
Yeah. That dies. And then the other one, as a repair servitor that's not really following action, also gets blown apart in a hail of heavy bolter rounds. Gets us to the combat servitor. 2 combat servitors are still going to fire at Skybeast. As the only real ones that can act. A 10, which is a lot. And a 5.
Oh,
So
God.
that is 16 hits.
I told you guys to disembark. I tried to call it. I said, everybody disembark, but nobody wants to listen to Cassius.
1,
You shouldn't
2,
have damaged.
Yeah, but if they don't get
Cassius.
any crits, then it doesn't matter.
6, 7, 8. No crits whatsoever as rounds again
Wow.
ping off around Brander. This cockpit is looking very fragile now, but it's holding. No Overseers left, but there is a Tech Priest left. And since you have failed to pin him in with your operator check, he's going to fly in front of you. I need to quickly grab him out from under there. He can't ram because that takes a full action, really. But at point blank range, heavy bolter pressed up against the cockpit.
No!
He's
dear.
firing the heavy bolter.
I'm standing underneath the explodey thing. No!
So that's 22.
Can I jink?
You can.
If he jinx,
Is that
You get a plus 15
Technically
for the Sky Beast.
Whoop! And then
yeah,
just
you just hear whoomp, like when you hit a rabbit or something. No!
how? What is it? A flat roll?
Weird blood
plus
stain.
15 because of Sky Beast.
Yeah,
Operator checks
Cassius
at plus
is
15.
Plus,
I fought
did you say
all
just
manner-
plus 15?
Plus 15 because of Sky Beast.
84 out of
Uh-oh.
73.
Nope.
Uh-oh.
I didn't dodge. It
And
would have
with
only been one
that-
of the hits anyway.
Cassius alive? Is that why he dodged? He was aware that Cassius was there, and he's like, "Nah, I can't. No."
He didn't critically fail. I'm okay. He just failed.
6 heavy bolter rounds. No. No. Wow, 2 of them got double ones.
No.
That's
It's
a
a
crit. Okay, so you've got 22 armor on the front. So that brings it down to 17. You take 1 point of damage from the crit.
The front's 24.
The front is 24. Fair enough. Is it 24 or 25?
24
Oh, shame.
on the front and the side, and 20 on the rear.
In which case, you don't take any damage but the 1 from the crit. As heavy bolter rounds ping off around you. Skybeast
We're
brought down
fine.
3 health.
We're on
fine.
Yep.
As we,
If
for
we're
those of you on
playing
the
Grand Theft
MP3,
Auto,
the damage was 9, 9, 13, 11, 18, 12. Bear in mind that a 20 gives 1 point of damage and above gives more.
It was a
And the
tearing
18 was a
weapon, and
crit.
by all rights, it should have done more damage than it did.
I've been rolling poorly for the last
It
few.
was actually fairly high out of his damage. It was a 10 and a 6.
But with that many die, I should have rolled maybe a few more crits.
Yeah, true.
That brings
Why
us
do you
to...
seem so disappointed that you didn't kill everyone, EE?
I try my best. Garrett.
Okay, so even though the machinery isn't telling me target locked, I'm yelling this inside the Sky Beast. Target locked! As I see this shuttle right in front of us, and I'm just gonna aim and open fire.
Okay.
So
What's the chance to hit on this sucker?
So you're not point blank, but you are close range. So you are... I'd call you point... Yeah, you can have point blank. Plus 30, plus 30, plus 10 for aim, minus 10 for full auto. So you're at a plus 60.
Okay. So 45 out of 110.
Feel free to roll me
Good
all the
lord.
damages.
God damn.
I only shoot 5 times, so
Yeah.
that's 5. Three crits. I got 25, 28, 27, 28, 31, including 3 crits. And I'm gonna replace the 3 on the 25 with what is that, an 8? And replace
Yeah.
that 3 with an 8. So that's a 30, 28, 27, 28, 31.
It's fairly legit amounts of damage there.
I think it's dead.
10, 8, 7, 8, 11 with 3 crits. how do you want to drop this
Okay.
hammer?
I just want to have the Sky Beast sound reel play a few times. That's all.
And with
Please
that,
drop the hammer in such a way that doesn't blow us up in any way whatsoever.
There you go. Hammer dropped.
you fire in straight through that cockpit, and it just rips it to shreds. The entire thing explodes. Your hit roll was a hull location, and I remember what the hull is off the top of my head. Nothing's within 10 meters other than Sky Beast. Sky Beast doesn't take any damage as it is shredded and ripped apart.
Is it 10 meters from the center?
Yes. Oh, hi, yeah, Cassius. Thank you for bringing
Why
to
does
my
everybody
attention.
keep trying to explode me? This is why infantry, man. You never want to be in the infantry. I'm out here being the real soldier.
12
holding it
points
down for the
explosive
Emperor.
damage.
And ain't that just like the Navy to just rain artillery down on their own side? Ain't that just like, hey, I'm super far and away from harm and inside my vehicle right now. Go get 'em, Marines. I'm like, ah.
Cassius, are you wearing
From
flag?
harm.
That way. Aim better.
This thing is held together by, like, tape, and blue tack, and dreams.
Cassius, are you protected by flak armor?
Yeah. No.
It's
Because I put
carapace.
on the, I put
Yeah.
on the carapace.
Oh, well, so you don't get the +1. You're better than that anyway. So you take 12 points of damage. How much do you take in total?
What's the AP on that?
0.
0? I take nothing then, because with my toughness, I'm at 13.
Damn. So,
I stand there
Cassius...
just, ah!
Yeah, you just
like
look
Dragon
up-
Ball Z style.
Yeah, you get out behind you, zap that servitor, the thing explodes in front, and you just see it coming, and you just stay there going, ah! Washes flame over you, bits of shrapnel pinging off your flesh, leaving small cuts, but nothing that really hurts you.
Does my Rosarius have to roll if it's on and damage comes through?
Yes, actually it does. So, yeah, you have to give that a
Okay.
roll. I forgot about the Rosarius. If you fail this... Oh my god.
Perfect.
The Rosarius protects you! That's why the blast did no damage to you. The Rosarius, you shine like a beacon as blast flows around you, protected by your force field.
How does the Rosarius work? Like, what was the roll for?
35, is it, and lower? Or is it 30 and lower? It protects you.
Uh,
At 10 or lower, it stops working, but protects you.
Right, okay.
Yeah. And I can't remember if it was good quality or not. If it's good quality, I think it's a 35. If it's like normal quality, it's like a 30.
Yeah, I'd have to double check. I'm pretty sure I gave you a reason one. I can't remember if it was good or not. Enoch, you're up.
Okay, well, I'm just going to follow through with what I said I was going to do. I am going to charge this combat servitor.
Okay.
Right, so a charge is basically a full attack action, isn't it?
You have to make a single attack. You can't do a double attack with a charge. You have to do a single attack because it does specify
Huh?
single attack.
Oh, does it specifically only a single attack? But what's the bonuses you get from it?
You get a +20 bonus to your single attack.
Okay.
Man, that list of killed enemies on the top of the screen is impressive.
45 on a 68 with my Thunderhammer.
I'm pretty sure combat servitors can't dodge or parry. Let me just double check. Oh, they do have parry. He fails to parry as your Thunderhammer plunges down into his chest.
And does 16 pen 10.
It blows my mind that a low hit with that weapon is 16 pen 10. Like a really bad roll is 16 pen 10.
With
That's
that,
like wild.
you hit the servitor dead center, the power field taking a massive chunk out of its chest, and the concussive force of its discharge alone blowing it backwards, and in fact part of the limbs just scatter off. That servitor is
fantastic.
murdered. Cassius.
How far is that? Probably too far. Jesus. Okay.
Your molten beam is what? 5 times psi rating?
Yeah.
If you move forwards 2 meters, you're within range for a casting at force 4.
It's okay. I'll just smite his ass. I'll
Okay.
do it because smite is 20 times psi rating. So
Sure.
we'll go Am I within Enoch's line of sight?
Not really, because the way Sky Beast is in between you two.
Okay. Well, then we will do sorcery. We'll do a Force 3, I guess. A Force 3 sounds pretty good. That'll give me a plus 30. And don't I get like something extra because didn't last time I get some? Oh, he was stunned.
He's
This
stunned.
one's
This
not
guy
stunned.
isn't. No.
I was trying to remember what I got that fat bonus for.
Damn,
Nice.
that is what, 3 hits? Can you cast Force 3?
Yes, 3 hits. Should have gone with 4. Damn. Oh
That was
well.
an 18 on an 80, by the way.
Yeah, an 18 on 80 was
51
a really,
hits
really good
torso,
one.
which is a hit. The second one hits arm, which is a hit, and the last one hits torso. So they are all 3 hits, so damaging.
8 pen 2, 11 pen 2, and 6 pen 2. I'm sorry, pen 4. I don't know why it's on pen 2.
Oh, pen
Wait,
4.
hold on. The damage was on right there, but it's pen 4. Sorry, I was
Okay.
clicking the wrong
Pen 4
button.
does make a difference. So it takes 2 points of damage. It takes 5 points of damage. It takes 0 points of damage. So 2 and 5, that's 7 points. It is still standing.
Can't he replace the 2 with...
Oh, I can. That's right.
Yeah.
Replace the 2 with the 8. So that's going to give me... I'm sorry, the 3 with an 8. I
So it's
apologize.
another 5 points of damage.
Yeah, so it's 11 pen 2.
And that makes a massive difference, because with that, the servitor is fried from repeated lightning bolts discharging through it. And it explodes, sparking, ammo discharging, and you are out of combat time as sirens begin to sound throughout the vessel. And I will try and find sirens. I have siren.
Man, clearing out this room took a long time.
True that, yo. True that.
But look at all those dead things on the top of the screen.
And really, we took like no damage. That was pretty much a flawless combat. I don't think anybody
yeah.
got hurt.
Sky
well,
Beast took some
Sky
damage.
Beast is at 3 HP.
Yeah, I was going to say,
All right.
Sky Beast would like to disagree with that claim.
So I call out to my tech use bot and I say, "Get to work."
Okay.
Yeah, if we're out of combat, is there anything immediately... is there anything of immediate need of repair on Sky Beast? Like something that would just cause it to keep deteriorating?
You can make a repair action like you would make a action. But that will take you a little bit of time because Skybeast is big and you need to set it down to be able to do a repair action.
Sure.
Are there any other ships inside the bay that we could just take after this?
There is another ship there, but it's a single seater and it looks like some sort of... Brander, make me a Navy check. You've got Imperial Navy, right?
Yep.
Anyone else can make an intelligence of -20.
I screw up massively and have no idea.
Yeah, you have no idea what that is.
I'm currently working my way through.
Eyesight
this
miscience! Eyesight miscience! What a way to go out! 36 on 60. Yeah, buddy.
He's okay with him dying now.
You're
Cassius,
witnessing history. History in the making right now. Put it on the books.
you can feel 2 things with your Psyniscience. You can feel a background malevolent entity nearby, pervasive, and it sort of tries to speak to you. You can not so much as hear the words as almost feel them at the back of your skull. You can also feel a massive welling of warp power, and you can feel like the warp drive is charging. You've recognized this before when you've been on ships. The warp drive is charging on the ship. Thirdly, you know that the void shield at the front, that is down. The bay door is currently holding the vacuum in, but the void shield that is additionally holding it in is off.
I feed to everyone. You're not going to like what I have to say, but I'm pretty sure they're preparing for a warp.
I be back. Then we better be about our business quickly. And while I'm saying that, I'm actually currently moving around this area, and I'm killing all of the servitors, all the repair ones. I'm just one after the other.
There are only 3 left, and you dispose of them with fairly quick actions of just double-handed thunder hammers to the head.
I speak back. The front void shield is down as well. Whatever's on this ship, be wary. I reached out into the void, and it tried to grab me. Whatever it is, it's powerful enough to impose its will from fairly far away through the warp. Guard your minds.
I say the void shield is down. Hold on, and I take aim with Sky Beast, which is still in the air, at the mechanism for the doors.
Okay, because you have all the time in the world, effectively, or at least you have, time, quite easily you take out the mechanism to the door, and the door stops whatever action it's about to do. You see the cogs begin to turn as your last blast of heavy bolter rounds hits it. You think they're about to vent the entire chamber.
I relay this. They were trying to vent us, but I've stopped it. We're safe in here until reinforcements arrive.
Which I'm sure are already on the way. We should be about our business now.
I'm with
And
I
you.
sit down the
Be on our
Sky
way.
Beast and grab weapons and such.
Did I find anything on my check over Sky Beast? Does it need any immediate repairs, or is it still space worthy?
It's space worthy. It's not being depressurized or anything. It would still hold an atmosphere. Cautious, but it would hold.
Okay, then I'm not going to waste time trying to repair it then. I'm going to unhook the tech box or whatever. What is this box that we're carrying around that I'm using for tech?
Partly, it's basically like a weird box that's got cold mechadendrites that retract into it. It's got a few lids and sealed sections and stuff. You haven't really had a chance to look inside, and it looks like the Mechanicus don't want you to look inside. It's revered technology, but it gives you bonuses to tech, gives you bonuses to Medicae, and also can be used as a long-range Voxcast, and you've been told to use it to radio at any point.
And I'm going to hook up my my data slate, and I'm going to send out a message. It's something I've already texted over to EE earlier.
Yeah.
Just updating it with a couple things that have happened
Okay.
on Skybeast today. And then I'm going to take the box with us and make sure that Brander's getting the hell off the ship. We got to go.
Okay.
How large is the box?
It's
Yeah,
like a
that's a good
large
question.
suitcase. Not like super large, but pretty large. It'd be advisable not to carry it in combat. Like, if you get to combat, just drop it, because it's bulky, but you're fine for the moment.
I waste
Okay.
no time leaving.
I call
Is there like a way I
Carolinus.
could? Is there a way I could lock people out of the controls of Sky Beast somehow?
Yeah, you can lock them out. It's a biometric, like, fingerprint scanner if you want to get in. All of you are attached to it.
I'll make sure that's all good, and then I'll set off.
I call Carolinus, and I order him to make an auger scan for thermal and everything else while we're here. See if there's anything interesting.
You call Carolinus.
Yeah, our servo skull.
Oh, yeah. You have to call Garrett to do that, because Garrett used the Servo Skull. Or you can do it yourself, but you don't have a tech use. It gives you a bonus to tech use. Sorry, gives you a bonus to perception.
No, it's an auger. Yeah, it gives a bonus to perception.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. So you can use it if you want. I thought you didn't really want to because of your terrible perception, but sure, yeah, you can do it.
He's got
Yeah.
crazy perception. He's got warp perception. And Enoch is currently busy looking
See,
for more
Audience,
servitors.
you see what it's like to be a psyker. Everybody says, "Oh, just use your powers," and then everybody's in a fury hitting each other, and then they're.
You know what? I
getting
take it
being
back.
like,
He's
"Fuck that
always
guy."
salty and whining like a little baby off
but you
camera
know
about
it
how
is.
his character
It's a
never gets to
roll
do anything and
good.
all the rolls are against him. So the one
Use
time I tried to
powers,
say,
Cassius.
you know what, your
Use
character
powers.
is pretty
No.
cool. How
They went
about?
wrong.
Meanwhile,
No, you
Garrett
don't.
is packing up the suitcase and waiting for the children to come along.
I'm trying to decide whether I want to bring the chainsaw or the chain axe, and I decide I'm just not going to bring them. I'm just going to take the melted gun and
Okay.
the las pistol. I'm happy.
Are you bringing the long las, or are you bringing the
Long las pistol and the melted gun. But
Okay.
the las pistols are in the vest. I don't need to worry about it.
Yeah, effectively, I can say you can carry two basic weapons. You wouldn't be able to carry the las gun that you've got, but yeah, you can carry those two. Yeah.
Right.
So, Cash, do you want to make a auger check?
Oh, if somebody else with better perception wants to do it, they can. Like, I figure we can all do it though, but I'll throw one out there.
Yeah.
23 on 35.
So you can tell that the air scrubbers to your area have been turned off. Ventilation for this area has been cut as well. There doesn't seem to be any new air circulating in. However, with the doors closed, you've got enough air in here for a very long time. In terms of the warp core, there does seem to be a massive power surge, and it looks like you've got, not a short period of time. You're looking at 20 minutes to 30 minutes, but...
I vox through Augur array is reading roughly a half an hour until the warp drive is properly spooled in order to take us to the warp. Augur array is also saying that oxygen has been cut to this area, but given the girth of the room, I think we'll be all right. We should start looking for our objective right this moment.
Yeah, do we,
Not
out of
assume
character,
that
did we have any idea where the forge was on this ship, or was we just have to go find it?
Ravan will have given you a load of information in that will be a very basic layout of the ship.
Okay, and we would know where we landed here, right?
Yeah. You know that you've got about a 10 to 15 minute route to the forge area from here.
Okay, I'm just going to make sure everyone's going that way. Just start leading off.
In addition, the forge is built directly on top of the warp core, for obvious reasons.
Fun.
So if you want to shut down the warp core, you can actually go to the same place.
How convenient!
It's also because
can
you want to put a warp artifact in a warp area, put it in the warp core.
Can we set up Carolinas to either have a digital readout of how much time is left, or can we have it maybe tell us every now and then 5 minutes until warp?
Yeah, like Carolinas goes along, it's now got like a little holographic image in front of it with just a number, which is just flashing.
Fantastic.
Okay. You have a blast door protecting you from getting to the rest of the ship. If you want to make a tech use test, you can override that. It looks like the technology is pretty old.
Sure.
Can we
I
use
take the bonus from the box?
Yeah, that.
Yeah, so...
I actually stress to the others over comms, if they've already tried venting this part of the ship, there is no guarantee that they haven't already vented other parts much less significant in size. I strongly recommend we proceed with void suits on.
However, Garrett has already gone ahead and made the check. So very easily, Garrett completely and utterly overrides the system. It looks like the system was very old, and Garrett, for some reason, is actually really, really good at tech, especially with the aid of the new tools he's picked up. And the door open.
I like to imagine he went over and he started banging rocks and sticks together.
Pretty
and he
much,
looks up
yeah.
at the door and it just opens and everybody's just like, we did not expect that to work.
Can I just reiterate that there's a huge difference, as EE says, he's just apparently really good at tech. There's a huge difference in Garrett like a week ago versus today, because he spent all his experience on actually being useful at stuff that Carolinas used to do for us. So Garrett now has Medicaid skills and tech skills, and just like, okay, we gotta pick up the pieces, you know.
And with that, you brace yourself just in case the air vents.
Does it vent?
Slightly stale, slight tang of machine oil. Doesn't vent.
Gross.
You begin to move your way forwards towards the forge area. Feel free to roll me one of your weapon attack skills each. You can pick whether you want a weapon skill or whether you want a ballistic skill, just to determine, because there's going to be a couple of very small firefights against individual servitors, etc., who try and block your passage. But I can't be able to roll those, and unless someone's super flubs, you can easily defeat single servitors now. You are competent enough.
Oh, not if I roll 91.
Random with a
246
2.
ballistic.
Damn.
Nice.
Given that I can make cold shots with no penalty in combat,
I will be, because
bear
of
that in
your
mind.
traits, I will be scaling up how powerful people are depending on what they hit.
Nice.
Enoch with a 7, and Cash, you can use a warp one if you want.
I'm just too encumbered by this suitcase that I'm carrying. I can't make heads or
he
tails.
never
It's
drops
just-
it either. He just carries it everywhere. Sometimes he hits things with it.
Are we making
Does
an
it
attack
work,
roll
though?
right now? Is that what's happening?
Yeah, you can use a warp attack roll if you want, just a normal focus power attack.
What bonus would I give myself? Like what psi rating?
Just make a weapon skill attack for now. Just plain, not weapon skill, sorry, warp power. Willpower, that's the one, willpower.
Okay, add 10 to that for my focus, whatever it is.
Okay,
matter.
but still, 98. But with that, though,
Yeah.
you did get a very good roll on Brandon and a very good roll on Enoch. You managed to wipe out any resistance before it really does any damage to you. Individual servitors coming out trying to bar your passage, as they didn't really expect you to get in through the blast doors that quickly and wipe out resistance that fast. You start rolling through corridors, taking out single servitors, pairs of them, occasional tech priests as your path, and you quickly murder them as you make a headlong bolt towards the warp core and the forge. Which leads
I'm not
you...
sure it counts as murder if they're heretics. I mean, it's not murder.
No, you can kill a heretic all you want. It doesn't count.
That's a lot of lava.
To here.
The floor is lava, boys.
Where are we at?
You
No one
come
dig
in.
down
This
directly
is a lot
beneath
of
you.
map.
Noob mistake. Doesn't end well.
Let me scroll over. There. At the far end, on a dais, sits, you can just about see, Binus. A tech priest, fully kitted out in black robes with white trim, full-on chrome cybernetics with brass piping. Next to him stands a small, hunched figure who is quite bulky. It looks like they're a bulky figure that's sort of crouched down to make them look smaller. And you can see the robes move in inhuman ways. And that's where we end tonight's session.
Binus's experiment.
Womp, womp, womp.
It's good to experiment. Keep things fresh.
Yeah,
you
yeah.
can be
Go
doing the
discover
same
new
things
novel
over
ways.
and over
of
again.
killing
Oh,
people.
come on, Binus.
Is
The
there
Empire's
heretics
come a
aboard?
long. The Empire's come a long way, Binus. We don't judge you for your interests. I mean, goodness,
Mhm.
experiment with whatever you
No
want.
shame here. Not even a little. Get it when the getting's good.
Mm-hmm. But with that, we will be back for what appears to be the final part of Dark Heresy Civil War next week. As our
I love that we
team...
keep calling it Civil War, but the team is fairly well combined at the moment.
True.
At the moment,
Maybe-
we're fighting together quite nicely.
Yeah,
Yeah, but there's still going to be a civil war between these two
true.
Inquisitors,
Yeah.
Yeah.
unless one of them bites the dust today.
So it's
see.
looking like next Sunday is going to be it. That's going to be like the
Yeah.
throwdown, our resolution.
Indeed. Massive throwdown. You've got
Man.
Binus, you've got the Inquisitors who... we don't know exactly what's going to happen with them yet. You've got a Warp Forge with a Demon Prince locked inside it. And a running timer on the Warp Core. That's when you jump.
It's trouble.
It's going to be tight. But you did very well in that landing bay. There were some quite competent attacks there, and you really easily ripped apart the two fighters behind you. So, you have the advantage now. But,
And we nearly died. It was close.
you
This room
did.
is very full of nasty things, though.
Yeah.
Now there's no Sky Beast to help us.
Are we entering from the stairwell at the bottom left, or where are we entering from?
Bottom left stairwell, yeah.
Okay. Well, at least we've got cover. It'll be all right.
Yeah, what could possibly go around cover?
Anything that wants to get melta-blasted at point-blank range for double penetration. Things run up on me, they get dealt with. 16 pen 26.
Unless two of them run up on you at the same time.
Oh, and then we have a Rosarius for that. We're good.
That's true. We do.
And carapace armor. I'm dressed like an Inquisitor right now. I got all the ornate, crazy shit going on.
He does look quite baller. But if you want to in between sessions, go check out our Patreon. We are also starting Shadowrun in a little time, which should be quite some fun. Feel free
I already
to...
ordered my
Malta?
costume. I got it already. I got my costume ready. It's going to be what's up?
Wow, round of applause for Splat putting us all to shame.
Splat's prepared. Splat believes in the Patreon. He believes deep down. Also, he just wants to play. I don't know why I grabbed my boobs when I did that.
I know. I was gonna say, what's up with that, Splat?
That's a different show entirely.
I was waiting for the
required
South Park
stimulation.
scene where they. I was waiting for the South Park scene where they go to talk to the Comcast employees to complain about their shitty service, and the Comcast guy has like a little area on his chest to flip down just a corner of his shirt right over his nipples so he can rub his nipples. He's like, "Oh yeah, what else do you hate about our service? Oh, that's awesome. Oh yeah, tell me more." It's just so good.
Okay, so yeah, feel free to go support us over there. Also go check out the Twitter and of course the subreddit. Definitely go to the subreddit. It'll be very interesting to see what you think about how the final session is gonna play out. Now you've seen a little bit of the map, seen what the enemies are arrayed like, what's going on with the Inquisitors and how people have drawn their sides. So it'll be interesting to see what people think for the next session, depending on how it'll play out. So I'm interested to hear about that. Also, do let us know your feedback on Shadowrun and if you're looking forward to seeing that. It's gonna be interesting, but. Until next week. By the way, we do have a Wednesday show where we play Dungeons & Dragons. You should totally come check that out. It's 1 hour later starting at 1 p.m. PDT and, of course, 9 p.m. GMT. Avak, who are you, where are you, and what do you do?
I can be found on YouTube with the username Avac, so youtube.com/Avac. Same with Twitch, twitch.tv/Avac. And on Twitter, I am @Avac_. And currently, I'm playing some games on YouTube. I am also, where I can find time, streaming Mass Effect 2, which does also go up on YouTube after the fact. Currently, the games that I'm playing are Force of Nature, which will probably be ending fairly soon. Coming to the end point of that first taste, and I'll be checking out another game immediately after that. I'm also playing Stardew Valley. I'm thinking about possibly getting back into Factorio a little bit. I'm still debating on that one of starting up a single player game of that. But addition, I'm playing RimWorld as well, and super enjoying RimWorld Alpha 16. It is really, really fun. What about you, Bentham?
Have you had any problems with fire on RimWorld?
No, not particularly. I had noticed your problem with fire, though.
I had 3 campaigns in a row just end so abruptly because it's like, why can't I put out fire anymore? You just can't.
Why?
Yeah.
What? You can't put up fire?
Oh, you can, but it escalates very quickly.
It
But
spreads
once it gets
faster
to a
than
room, you're like, okay, now inside this room it's 1,000 degrees, and anyone who walks in is instantly cooked. Then you're sort of screwed.
And I've noticed that there's a lot more characters that you come across that cannot do firefighting. Like about half of all my colonists can't do firefighting. So it's a little bit more difficult. Hey, sorry about that. Go ahead, Bentham.
So I am on YouTube as Mangleport Gaming because multiple names makes everyone confused and I'm dumb. And I play lots of Factorio stuff of varying kinds, do lots of like train-based things. And I'm also playing a bit of Astroneer and also Rodina, which is getting really interesting. There's also cool story stuff happening there that you don't expect. You go into the game thinking it's just some sort of cool like solar system simulator where you go for the real scale solar system and you stay for the awesome story stuff that emerges as you go along.
Play it. That's one of those games that when I got my copy of it, like it was just too primitive to play at the moment. Like it was just not there yet. And it's been years now. I should really go back and see what's happened with it.
It's progressing. There's like aliens on the surface of the planets you can shoot now. Eventually there's going to be like structures that they're in and stuff, but that's still... It's slowly getting there. Slowly developing.
So you find aliens, and your first thing is, I wonder if I can kill them. Yay, I can kill them!
You can't take the chance.
In fairness, they try kill you as soon as you turn up.
Oh, that's pretty rude.
Yeah, it is pretty rude. Bentham, are you thinking of starting a new Factorio series, or just continuing the ones that you've got once 0.15 comes out?
At some point I might start a new one. The problem at the moment is that I've already got 2 going and a third that has stopped but not permanently, and everyone wants me to start it again.
Yeah.
In the form of Living with Biters, so
you are not
I don't know,
allowed to
maybe,
stop.
but then people get even more annoyed that I'm not going back to Living with Biters.
You're not allowed to
never finish a Factorio series.
When is 0.15 coming out?
It's no idea at the moment, but it's progressing. They've got the nuclear stuff worked out.
I can't wait for that.
They're getting the textures for it and so on. Yeah. We're all going to blow up our factories. It's going to be brilliant.
A lot. It's going to happen a lot.
They give you bonuses as well. It's like, if you attach 2 nuclear power plants together, you get double the production. And if you attach 2 more on the side of that, you get even more. And if they blow up, everybody dies.
What could possibly go wrong?
Oh dear. Splat! Who are you, what are you doing, and where do we find you? And also, that is a bowler costume. I just keep seeing it every time. And I'm like...
I like it a lot, although I fucked up. See, the problem is they had one that was the same color as Cassius's shoulders, but it was like $35 more, and I was like, nah, we ain't doing that. Mm-mm.
This is Dark Cassius. This is Cassius like now. You've just gone, screw it.
Just
I tried to, like legit, I tried to get like the actual outfit that Cassius has, but surprisingly enough, Napoleonic chess pieces with furry baller belts are super expensive. I went to like 5 places, and they were like, oh yeah, $400. Reenactment quality. I was like, I can't afford that. Maybe I'll just get something that looks kind of fuzzy and futuristic. But yeah, I like this outfit.
Can we get that miniature screen on the soundboard too?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that should be on the soundboard.
Yeah, you got a soundboard.
Basically, we're slowly taking all of Cassius's nice sounds, and eventually we just won't need it.
Oh, if anyone actually is legit looking to grab some sounds, he also had a good one today doing a warp fart. That was quite amusing.
That's right. Yeah.
Shen, who are you? Wait, we didn't even do Splat. We just mentioned your
You didn't
baller
do me,
outfit.
you
Come on,
just
Splat.
jumped
Come
over the
on.
top. Come on, man. It's filthy,
I mean, you're just
man.
here for the sounds, right? Like, as soon as we get the sounds, we're done.
Yeah.
I'm Splattercat. You can find me at Twitch TV/Splattercat Gaming. Also at YouTube.com/Splattercat Gaming. I'm currently playing on Twitch. I actually might be going live after this. I'm gonna see what happens after we do the after show. Might be playing some Mountain Blade Warband Vanilla for a little bit. But if you're going to YouTube, you can find me there. I'm playing Long Dark, finishing off the Whiteout Challenge. I'm playing a little bit of Sanctus Reach. I'm playing... I mean, there's some other little things in there. We just did Hive Jump and Outbreak and a couple other games. But aside from that, next week I should be starting the new Conan game, Conan Exiles. I might be starting something on, like, Subsistence. I don't really know. I'm going to play around with some stuff and see what I feel like playing next
There's
week.
a couple of games coming out at the moment, and I'm having to kind of weigh them up. I'm like, well, I can only cover so many, and
Did you finish Mass Effect?
me?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm still streaming that. In fact, I will probably be streaming it after this, depending on.
You better
how
finish
long
it before Andromeda comes out.
Oh no, I don't need to, because it kind of. I only need to finish Mass Effect 2, not Mass Effect 3, because the people in Andromeda will only know what happened in Mass Effect 2, so it's not going to be continuity.
The Andromeda spaceship takes off before Mass Effect 3, but after Mass Effect 2. Admittedly, it gets there 600 years later.
But as far as they know, it's going to be fine. It's going to be fine. I'll end up playing Andromeda alongside Mass Effect 3.
The only
Shen,
one ever played was
crazy
the
man.
first one. Never played the second and the third. I have them. I just never played them.
They're worth it. They're worth it.
just don't end 3. Get, like, really close to the end and never play the ending. Or
See,
mod
I never
it.
had the problem with that. I
Didn't
never
they
had the
patch
problem with
it,
that.
though? Or they DLC'd
No.
it or something?
No.
No spoilers. I'm playing all my Mass Effects blind, please.
It's just bad. It's just bad.
See, I thought they DLC'd the ending. Like, you could get a new ending now.
No,
if you,
they
like, got
because the
DLC
ending
or
was
something.
bad, they released a free patch, it's not DLC, that made the ending ever so slightly better. But it's still bad.
Oh yeah. Are any here like excited for Bannerlord?
Yeah, Bannerlord should be cool. I don't know when it's coming out.
Can't wait for it.
I'm hoping
So-
they don't go too far. And like my big fear is that they're going to go too far in the Rome Total War direction, and it's going to lose some of that active combat feeling. Because like from some of the stuff I've been seeing, it seems like it's a lot of formations, a lot of like siege equipment and stuff like
Yeah.
that. And like if they lose like the riding around on a horse, just swiping dudes and like taking things out, it won't be Mountain Blade for
Yeah.
me anymore. And it'll fall really flat.
I mean, one of the best Mountain Blade Warband mods was so that you actually like could do limited formations, just so people didn't just go, oh, we'll just run over there in a stream, and you just had 2 streams of people just crashing into each other. But the mods for it were still fairly light. Like, you'd be like, go into this formation, just walk forwards 10 paces. I will still swipe people and attack people. I hope they don't go beyond that level.
I must be like the only person here who doesn't like Mountain Blade, but likes Mass Effect 3.
I mean,
Well, I
Mountain
don't
Blade
know
is
what my opinion is on Mass
a
Effect.
fair
3, so-
assumption.
I haven't played either, so I don't know.
To be fair,
I
Mountain
haven't
Blade
played
Warband gets
so.
better when you mod it.
Heretic.
In Warband, you have to like get cows and you have to herd them. Cow herding.
Yeah,
It's
the
terrible.
herding minigame sucks ass. I avoid it like the plague. It's
Yeah.
the worst.
One of the first things that nearly all mods do is just go, cows follow you when you herd them, so you don't have to herd them on the strategy map. On the strategy map. You don't herd with an
Yep.
entire army. You send out single riders to the edge. It makes no sense. Anyway, Shen, who are you? What are you doing? Where can we find you?
Hi, I'm Shen. Apparently, I like games that no one else likes, and I dislike games that everyone likes. So,
At least you
whatever.
can admit it.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I'm playing XCOM 2 right now, not Long War, because I want to finish the campaign I'm on, and I actually didn't like my first taste of Long War. I'm going to go to Long War as soon as I'm done with my current
Near
campaign.
the long was really buggy though, at the moment.
I've had some
encountered
issues that people
Some
have had,
bugs
yeah.
already, and I'm only like 10 missions in.
I had a situation where I got my team out safely, and the game refused to save. It wouldn't go back to the Avenger. It just sort of like, it just hung there. I'm like, okay. And everyone in chat's like, either you wait or you restart. So I'm like, fine, I'll restart the game. And I restarted the game, and then 3 of my people had died instead of making it to evac. And it's like, fuck you. So I just uninstalled the mod. It was so dumb. And it was Iron Man, so it's not like you can go back, you know.
You never play Iron Man, my god, especially with Long War.
I like Iron Man. I like the idea that every single action you do, good or bad, has a permanent repercussion. What sucks is when you encounter a bug, because then you have no counter to it.
This is why I play Bronze Man. I know Avik agrees with me that you play Bronze Man, you just honest man it. You encounter a bug, at least you've got the save to go back to.
Yeah.
Anyway, also doing RimWorld Alpha 16, having a lot of fun with it. I just lost my, bit of a spoiler for anyone who's on YouTube, I just lost my best sniper to another sniper. He got fucking one shot in the head. It was ridiculous.
Sniper duels, best duels.
It was ridiculous. But other than that, I've had a lot of trouble with fire in Alpha 16. And I've made my new base, which is just all stone. I'm happy with that. No burning down. And for some reason, Avak, maybe you have some insight here. Why does carpet and wood flooring not burn?
Oh yeah. Wood flooring does not burn. It's a really weird thing. I've seen people who've actually made defenses that rely on burning, and then flooring wood because they know it's not going to burn. They'll make like a corridor of wooden walls in a long, windy way to their entrance. Allow the enemies to filter through. Like they'll fill it with sandbags or just rocks. They'll just dump rock in there, so it's slow going. So all of the enemies are in this corridor. Then they quickly seal off the other side, and then someone just lobs a Molotov cocktail in at one of the walls, and then they close it off, and then just let like an army of 100 people just cook to death. And
if it's roofed, then yeah, the temperature just goes up crazily high.
They just die.
That's
and then
genius.
Once the fire's gone, they just go in because all they've lost is a wooden wall, like a wall the length of the corridor or whatever. But yeah, it is crazy. But the wooden floors survive, and carpet. I wasn't aware that carpet didn't burn, but it doesn't surprise me because wooden floors.
It has flammability of 0 for some reason.
Maybe some sort of future thread.
I mean, to an extent, carpet more melts rather than burning. It's normally the floorboards that burn, but...
Well, anyway, that's what I've been up to. What about you, E?
Again, playing RimWorld over at my YouTube channel, youtube.com/Enteralism. I believe we are now in our second base and building it to be a fortress where we just manufacture food for the long trek halfway across the globe to our spaceship. I think one of my snipers just almost one-shotted one of my colonists by missing something they were hunting with 50 cal and blew off their arm or something. Because, you know...
super low chance as well. That's a crazy low chance now.
Have you ever tried hunting with a minigun?
It's fun.
It's fun until you kill the target on the first shot, and then your soldier goes over to the carcass and picks it up and starts walking back. But the minigun doesn't stop firing. I had my hunter shoot himself in the head and give himself brain damage while he was hauling this carcass home.
That's genius. I'm also playing Mass Effect 3 over at twitch.tv/Enteralism, which I'm posting up on the channel because I want to get that out before Andromeda. I didn't realize Andromeda was coming out quite so fast, so I'm trying to rush through and play that as much as possible over surprise streams. In addition, playing Niche, playing Hearts of Iron, where I'm taking on mostly the entire world now as Australia because Russia sucks. Never trust Russia. Russia is terrible. I don't know what the AI in Russia is doing, but they will declare war on the entire world with a drop of a hat. In addition, of course, playing Long War, and I've encountered a couple of bugs. One of the interesting bugs that hasn't gone up on YouTube yet is that one of my guys got attacked or something, and as soon as he was attacked, he disappeared. He went half across the map, half sunk into the floor, but he was still in the same location according to the tactical.
Yeah, so I've had that problem.
Yeah, the next attack I took with him, he teleports and does an attack. I'm like, okay. A couple of other bugs as well. Nothing kills my campaign yet. I've modded Long War to an extent just to add a few cosmetics and stuff and a little bit more information. No real gameplay mods as of yet. But
quality of life stuff.
Yeah, quality of life stuff pretty much. It's going well so far. Be interested to see how it plays out and just hope I don't encounter too many bugs. I'm, of course, playing Bronze Man after I played XCOM and got my campaign screwed over. I have never played Iron Man since, and to be honest, it works great for me because I'm not just recording, and I'm not just playing a game for myself and get my game screwed over. I'm playing a game for people on YouTube, and I could get an entire series screwed over. So I just play Honest Man anyway. Like, I know enough people who play Iron Man and then just save the saves anyway, so I'm happy doing Honest Man. But yeah, also check my Twitter and stuff. But yeah, we'll be back on Wednesday with our D&D campaign, of course, an hour later, where we have just had some sort of weird nuclear pink light beam explosion happen on the other side of the forest. We've been attacked. We've had our place burned down. We're all really hurt. And the guide who came with us has presumably be murdered. So it'll be interesting to see what happens there. And of course, we're back next week with the culmination of Dark Heresy. It's going to be interesting. But yeah, we're going to go do the after show, which you can see on Patreon if you're one of our Patreon supporters. But
Would recommend it. The after shows are quite fun.
Mm-hmm.
Just
We're about to talk about some shit today. It's about to get real.
Yep.
We may break up from it. I don't know. It's gonna be ugly though. It's gonna be ugly. Explosive.
Oh dear.
Get in for the drama. Get in now. It's last chance. Get in for the drama. Go. All right.
Goodbye, everybody.
Goodbye, everyone.
Roll safe.